Hey, it's me.
The conspiracy theories are true! The government is hiding the truth! Aliens built the pyramids!
Hey, everybody. No, you called me with my asthma medicine here. Woo, what's going on? Oh. What's up, Dark Sayings? What's going on? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Pete. You know that guy. All right. Still alive and kicking. It's hot mess summer, baby. It's hot mess summer. I got a special presentation for you tonight. Here's fucking Tina with the Discord link bullshit. Here we go, Tina. Oh. I gotta do this from the other thing. Shit. There we go. Oh, I should probably do that too. Hey, what's up, everybody? Now we're back to normal. I feel the power of my voice returning after it was rough. I thought the intro was a bit longer. I wasn't ready. I'm not ready now. Woo. Sorry, folks. Sorry. Very unprofessional of me. But as you can probably tell by the title of today's stream, I'm suffering from a little something called Anhedonia. And so it's a funny word of the day, 25-cent word. Anhedonia is when you just don't give a shit about the things you used to love. And it's just fucking bullshit. And that's where I'm at. That's exactly where I've been. I've been there for a while now. I mentioned this in the last two streams. I don't even give a shit anymore. The UFO dumps just happened earlier in the week. Who cares? Nothing ever changes with this shit. I've been into this stuff since I was 10 fucking years old. And that's close to 40 years now. And nothing changes. You get this piss and bullshit where the government's supposedly dropping secrets and stuff. But I mean, come on. By now, what? It's just the level of frustration I have with the way we are forced to live. And look, don't get me wrong. You can definitely tell by the fact that these Europeans come over here during the World Cup and they're like wowed by the ease of convenience and the abundance we have in America. And while that is all great and well and good, it's just like I don't think it's been good for our minds. I don't think it's been good for our spirits. And likewise, it's like the fucking absolute goddamn greed. I'm not one of these petty, jealous little assholes who, because I suck at life, blame rich people for it. I don't blame fucking rich people for my problems, all right? Like the dude who started Starbucks didn't start out with a silver spoon in his mouth. He fucking made that happen. And there's been plenty of people who have done that throughout history. That you got to respect. That is part of the American dream. Like the envious and the jealous, the petty, like these little squirrely little fucking like bug men who are like, oh, hooray, communism and socialism. Jealous little failures in life. All right. These people who advocate for like their right to other people's labor or other people's money. Shut the fuck up. All right. It's all asinine. So, at the end of the day, I think that like the greed, it's the greed. It's not because people have wealth. It's because they're never satisfied with that wealth. I don't think that there should be a limit on how much money a person can have. But at the same time, when the fuck is enough enough? I mean, I'm a simple man, dude. I don't want much out of this world. I would be perfectly happy with like a middle upper class home in a neighborhood where I didn't have to worry about getting fucking killed going outside. That would be nice. That would be pretty good. Okay. I don't want to turn on the news and hear the same stupid bullshit that I hear every time. Oh, it was the weekend and another 55 people got friggin' shot over the river. Like, that's why you know what? If only I could have moved further away. If only I got to move further from Philly. But anyway, look, I got a special thing going on tonight. This is an entertaining little parlor trick I have for you guys. Entertaining little stuff for you guys. Now, listen, I haven't done this in a while. It's been a little bit since a stream. So my intention is to hang out until I fucking give out. And give out is exactly the intention. So there was a game invented about 2002, 2003 by myself and some other scoundrels. For lack of a better name, I will call it Memorial. And the object of the game is simple. We're going to play it tonight. If you'd like to play along, you can prepare. I've got a little something over here to help me out with this. Okay. So, let me take this whole damn thing out here first. All right. Okay. So this game is called Memorial. I call it that because it was invented. Sorry, I keep forgetting about talking into the microphone. All right. So anyway, the following game is called Memorial. Memorial was invented on a Memorial Day weekend. Now, for those of you who might be new here or don't know my backstory, in the late 90s through the early 2000s, up until I guess maybe 2011 or so, 2010, I was deeply involved in second wave punk rock, specifically the hardcore street punk scene. We're not talking Green Day shit. That's not what I was into. Real deal stuff. Street urchin, runaway, junkie, kind of sleazebag stuff. Real deal. And at the time, there were two young ladies that were pretty prominent in the scene. They had made a challenge to my band that they could outdo us in a test of endurance regarding the consumption of adult beverages. So we developed a plan, a tried and true fair test of each one's stamina. Also, we wanted to sweeten the pot with a little bit of a reward. So about 20 to 25 individuals gathered in a Oxford Circle, Philadelphia row home. Not even a fun little neighborhood at the time. And I was among the participants. Each of the competitors threw $20 into a hat. Now you can imagine with about 20 to 25 people, this is a sizable cash pot. Anyone who wins this pot in 2002 money is going to be sitting pretty. Relatively. The object of the game is simple, folks. You take one 12-ounce can of your favorite mountain water. I've got the Banquet here, the Banquet beer. And you set a timer. All right? And we set a timer. This is a 15-minute timer I've set here. The objective of the game is to consume this 12 ounces before this 15-minute timer expires. Now, this might not sound like a crazy challenge, but I assure you, in 2 hours, the fucking Wolfman will be standing here. So, buckle up and let's see if I got it. Let's see if I still got it. I used to be able to put down about 18 of these on an average Tuesday. Let's see if we can get through 8. Let's see if we can do it. And let's see what kind of shape I'm in at the end. Let's see if the channel's still standing when I'm done, huh? Either I'll piss everybody here off or I'll piss off YouTube. I don't give a shit anymore. So this is either going to be a glorious crash out or a testament to my bullshit. So thank you for being here for this auspicious occasion. I have no announcements. I have abandoned every project. I spent a lot of time just hanging out with my kids. Just hanging around with my kids. Just don't want to do shit else. No interest in hobbies or entertainment anymore. Everything I used to love is just turned to dog shit, This Spider-Man movie coming out, who gives a fuck? I got 30 years worth of Spider-Man comics. I was so about Spider-Man my entire life. Since the time I was a wee little boy. 6, 7 years old. Watching UHF on a black and white little fucking 13-inch reruns of 60s Spider-Man in the early 80s. look out, here comes the Spider-Man. And now I'm at a point where I don't know. I would like to think it's not because I've gotten older, because I've never abandoned the things I've loved along the way. I've resented what they've become, but I, honest to God, could care less. The Punisher's in it. I'm sure the Hulk's in it. Everybody under the sun could be in this damn movie. I mean, like, I don't care anymore. And it's not superhero fatigue. It's that everything I love has been ruined, and it's been ruined by a specific subgroup of our population who has no interest in this stuff. A lot of women got involved in shit that they didn't care about. A lot of gay guys got involved in this stuff for the purpose of making everything gay. And then all of a sudden I'm watching Star Trek, and like half the crew is like women with crew cuts and Subarus, and everybody talks back to the captain, and the other one, the lady's not wearing shoes. Like, everything's going to shit. Everything I've ever loved has turned to shit. And I was never the biggest Star Wars guy, but I mean, that's a disaster, man. Like, if we can pretend it's not, but it sucks. All the DC, I love DC my whole life. All that's terrible. The Zack Snyder stuff is fucking terrible. All right. I don't get Snyder fanboys, and James Gunn is just as bad. Like, it's just a total drop the ball in every direction. Marvel, too much bullshit. Let's make a bunch of dumb TV shows about shit nobody cares about. Here we go. The oversaturation, the wring the sponge out for every last drop is just enough. It's enough. I'm fucking done. I'm checking out, man. I don't care anymore. I'm not paying for this shit. I'm not watching this shit. I'm just done with it. I'm done. I don't care. I don't. The last things I find interesting are like stuff that is so goddamn old and it has lost all freaking cultural relevance that they don't even talk about it anymore. I love The Shadow. I love The Phantom. Doc Savage. The Pulps, dude. Like, I'm back to the Pulps because they haven't ruined those yet. There's a new Phantom video game out, the Ghost Who Walks. And I got to say, even those 90s adaptations, look, to be God's honest, for all of you who don't know this, in the 12 years I've been making content, from Creepy Little Book across to Dark Sayings, I genuinely avoid other creators who do this same kind of stuff. Other conspiracy creators. Like, I'm familiar with them. I'm subscribed to some. There are some I keep an eye on, but I don't really want to be influenced by other people's stuff. My greatest influence when I started this is ridiculous. It was a channel called Comic Book Girl 19. You can still find her. I think she's Danica 19, it goes by now or whatever. But she was a huge inspiration for this, because at the time I started, if you wanted to watch a video about like, I'll pick a random, like one of the stories I've done in the past, the Hex Murders of 1928. Okay. So if you want to watch a video about the Hex Murders of 1928, way back in, let's say 2012, you would put on the video and it would basically be like that fucking text to speech. The robot thing was coming through. You know what I'm talking about? Text to speech. And it'd be the same like Requiem for a Dream music over and over again. And like just shitty B-roll footage, the dumb shit, And when I started, I set out to not do that. Inspired by CBG19, because she was doing like these like comic book related videos that were really well produced, really fun to watch, super colorful, great backgrounds, and the delivery, the interaction, the side character puppet kind of shit. I almost got puppets going when I started this. I wanted to. I looked into it, but they were very pricey to get a custom one done. And then I couldn't figure out how I would do the puppet and do this at the same time. So when that fucking asshole with the goldfish bowl is doing his shit, believe me, I considered it a dozen goddamn years ago, all right? And likewise, look, I'll tell you the truth. I hate most of the other assholes who talk about this stuff. I really do. I respect the guys who wrote all the books that I grew up reading. Your Jim Mars, your Lloyd Pies, your Phil Schneiders, your William Coopers, awesome. All those guys, the foundation, guys that laid the foundation for this. And you know what? Still shout out to Linda Moulton Howe, because you know what? Never forgotten. Lady was a beauty queen, broke that friggin' cattle stuff way back when. She used to work with Art Bell. And look, not everybody who worked with Art Bell, because some of those clowns are still around, all right? Some of those clowns are still around. Some still do shows, and it's great. It's great. Well, good for them, whatever. But it's, I feel like for a lot of those people, it's about selling their own brand, rather than like, I wanted to provide you guys with, when I started, it was just about like kind of presenting this information in a new way, in a way that was simple to digest. And like the first videos are kind of sketchy. I'm drunk. I got a co-host. It's a goddamn disaster. But then they become really polished and produced. And I think that it went well for a while. And I fucked it all up. And I don't blame anybody else but me. I made the decisions that led me where I got. But Like I just I'm at the point now where I just kind of want to turn on the camera and do what the fuck ever and not be stuck sitting here having to pretend I give a shit that, you know, Tim Burchett said something about some UFO meeting. I don't care anymore. I don't care about flaps of Bigfoots. Shoot a goddamn Bigfoot, drag it out on the highway and take some pictures. Go live with the dead Bigfoot, asshole. Every time one of these dudes catches a Bigfoot, we got a Bigfoot habitat, it's always some dog and pony show, man. I've had enough to hear the ghost hunters, the whole ghost hunting industry. We were walking around, you got a broken VCR that scans every fucking tape, and you're supposed to see the ghost balls. I don't like that. I don't care. Infrared dudes running around. And you know what happened to ruin that a lot for me? Paranormal State. Paranormal State ruined a lot of that stuff for me, okay? And I still, to this day, my favorite kind of paranormal content would be shows like A Haunting. Give me some bullshit reenactments. I like In Search Of. That's what I cut my teeth on, got me into this stuff in the first place, way back in 1982. So, like, when I see stuff that's like this quasi-reality TV, ooh, a ghost squeeze my ass kind of shit in the dark, like, I don't get down with it. Like, I can't. It's just like, how dumb do you got to be? You know, like, I understand turning your brain off and watching something stupid. You would not. Some of the stuff that entertains me is so sophomoric, it's ridiculous. I am a huge fan of dick and fart jokes. They're gonna age restrict this because of my mouth. Anywho, I don't know. All right, without further ado, because I'm just kvetching, let me start this timer. Here, I probably got a message from Tina where she says my mic's been off this whole time. Your Discord links. Thanks, Tina. Thanks. The Discord. Nobody ever joins. None of this matters. Nope. None of this matters. It doesn't matter. It matters more to you to me. Fuck the Discord. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck it. All right. Let's start the timer, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, memorial. That's what we're going to call it. I have no other fucking name for it. It's the best I can give you. Starting the timer now. 15 minutes, ready to rock. Okay, so the timer will keep running. You'll hear it go off. I've got a little chime set, so I'll keep you honest. Also, I believe the rules serve me correct to give you evidence that I actually did finish my mountain water. I'm to hold the can over my head to indicate that it is empty. I will follow all the rules of the game. I've already lost about 20 seconds, so let's get a little bit down here. We got to pace ourselves, right? Okay, let's get to the chat here. Now, as you all know, I like to be I can't really see so good. Oh, you know what? I think I'm also broadcasting other places. What I got going on here? I got some kind of live video going on over here. Oh, you know what? I am also on. I'm on Instagram and Twitter at the same time. I think. I don't know. I'm just bitching and moaning. Having an old California crash out. What is this? Oh, this is a YouTube studio. I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. So, honestly, weird thing happened, folks. Weird things. So, oddly enough, the other night, I don't know if I've told you guys, I haven't really slept in like the last 2 years. You know, I'm plagued by a terrible apnea and insomnia. It started where I was just like waking up choking every hour on the hour, and then like that turned into like this waking up with a fight or flight response and like gasping for air. It was really bad. Sleep study, pulmonologist, the whole nine. Like I've been having all kinds of health issues, and the problem is that even though like I've got the mask or whatever, yeah, I can't sleep. I don't sleep more than an hour and a half at a time. I was actually looking at my numbers associated with the sleep machine, and I got a CPAP. So I was looking at the numbers on the app that's tied to the CPAP and the data that it provides. Like I average maybe 4 hours of sleep in a 24-hour period. Now here's the issue, and here's why that got scary to me. Not only is it the long-term wear and tear on the heart, and I'm already developing some cardiovascular circulatory issues because of this. But I walked out of a room into my hallway the other day, and for a split second, it's not like I was just awake and groggy, and I hadn't just woken up from sleep. I was legitimately awake for maybe an hour or two at this point, from an hour and a half, like sleep in the dead of night. And I walked out of this room into the hall and didn't recognize where the fuck I was for about a split second. Thought I was in my old apartment. Like really, for a split second, it was very confusing. And I found this very unsettling, as I have noticed a marked impact on my memory over the last 6 months and just cognitive function in general. I don't feel as sharp as I once was. I don't feel like my retorts are as quick and as cutting as they were before. And this has become a problem for me. So this incident, which occurred just last night, led me to do a little research. And I did discover not only is it genetically predisposed for me because of family, but the lack of sleep thing, this prolonged lack of sleep, I think like raises the chances of developing early dementia like by 30 fucking percent. So I mentioned this to my mother earlier this afternoon, and she informs me that my like second cousin had been diagnosed with dementia by 50 and then passed 2 or 3 years later. Yeah. So like a lot of concerns going on here, just in general. So tonight I'm washing them away. All right. So let's see. Let's check out some of these some here. Jesus, man. Yeah, that's right. Dub Son Seed Sword. How you been? Been a minute. My mother has this issue. She has Alzheimer's, has a lot of issues with sleep. You know, the thing that gets me is like when my grandfather was in his last few years, he was like wandering out in the world, and my mom would call me panicked, and I'd be out looking for him and shit. I ran into him in the convenience store once. He didn't know who the fuck I was, you know, and that's a terrifying prospect, you know. I've never been the dude. Like, I ain't fucking Johnny Strong Arm. I'm not the dude throwing the football down the thing. I'm not a goddamn veteran. I'm not like nobody. I'm a fucking schmuck. All right. I'm a fucking dork who had no friends till he was 15 and sat around reading encyclopedias. Okay. That's who the fuck I am. All right. I got real into fucking drinking at like 16 years old and validated myself through romantic conquest for a long time. And it's empty and it's bullshit. And I was just like a general, just fucking degenerate. And I'm not proud of any of it. I would fucking go back and undo every fucking last bit of it. I don't think of it like, oh, it was great and I have all these great stories. I don't have great stories. I don't remember fucking shit. I don't remember half of it. You know? And then I realized that I was psyop too. Like, I like to think that I'm smart and I can see through this shit. But like, as keen as I always thought I was totally psyoped. You know? All these subcultures are manufactured. All of them are, you know, and I fell headlong into it. I fell headlong into some bullshit subculture that not only glorified the alcoholism I was fucking barreling into, but like encouraged it, you know, and that's how you figure out social contagion. It can happen on a small scale in a subgroup of a subculture, like fucking that. So when I was seeing the shit that was going on the last 10 years, like, you know, starting in 2014 with like Patient Zero was the comic books, man. They started with all this weirdo shit in the comics. Because at the time, the comic industry was a pipeline to the fucking movies. There were people just pumping out stupid comic books because they were essentially storyboards for getting fucking Netflix series made. And I'm looking at you assholes like Gail Simone and fucking what's Matt Fraction's wife, that Kelly Sue DeConnick, whatever these fucking assholes are. The fucking shitbags who ruined the whole comic book industry. And like, I don't know, Jim Lee, fuck you too, dude. Fuck you too. I don't know what you're doing over at DC. Ain't nobody in the comic industry got any fucking backbone or goddamn sense. And the movie industry is just as bad. Like, shitting out the Supergirl stuff. Who gives a fuck anymore? I just don't care. I don't care. But this is the kind of videos I watch from time to time. So this is what I got to talk about. Also, you know, when Charlie Kirk passed away due to the assassin's bullet. I will say, like, I mean, I used to watch Charlie Kirk videos here and there. I'd see the shorts on my feed and stuff, but like, you know, I really didn't consider him much more than a fucking YouTuber. Like, I don't think he's any different than somebody like fucking what's his name, Crowder, or fucking any of these other fucking people. Like, they're all the same to me, right? So like, the only thing that he had going for him is that he had a large youth audience. And, you know, I thought it was sad. I thought it was a tragedy. I used to like to watch his videos. So I thought, oh, that kind of sucks. But like the kind of like quasi martyr they made him into, and like how fast everything, like, I got a fucking stadium for the guy. I don't even know where he really lived, you know, like, where did they bury him? I don't know any of that shit. Everything's so vague with that. And then all the conspiracy theories and the real shit and this, that, and the other, and the accusations. It's like circus fucking theater, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And like, I largely don't care anymore. The man's not, you can't bring the man back. And then all these people are talking like, oh, he would have been president one day. Shut the fuck up. Come on. You know, I mean, people, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know. The thing is that I feel like over the last 10 so years, like once I really got off the wrong fucking path, I developed a sense to like be able to, I don't know, see down the road a little bit. I always compare this to driving. Like for some reason, I feel like I'm very fortunate to have kind of a sixth sense just before some idiot does something stupid around me. I could kind of feel it coming, like, oh, this fucking idiot, he might be in the lane to get on the off ramp, but I know at the last second, this dummy's going to realize he's in the wrong place and try to get over on me, right? So I'm cautious of things like that. You know, but I can kind of see where the world's going. And I think all of us can. And the fact that, like, we're just complicit in, like, you know, supporting the 40-hour work week and banking and paying bills and taxes and all that stuff. I mean, I'm not saying you need a violent uprising, but I'm saying that there are things you can do to just bleed this monster dry. You know, like I mean, if you don't have money to pay your shock troops, then they can't be kicking down your doors. You know what I mean? So there's that aspect to it. I would say, you know, if I was to develop a video game and I was going to make a video game about what people could do in the real world to like combat a tyrannical fictional government, I would definitely not tell people to go take all their money out of the bank because I believe that's illegal. And whatever you do, don't tell people that. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot, you know, a lot of things that we could do. I mean, you know, the solidarity movement in Poland, the general strikes, like, you know, we saw how damaging an economy can reverberate, how damaged economy can reverberate for years largely because of the pandemic lockdowns, and irrevocably it damaged our economy. And I think you know, between that and the unfettered immigration, which caused a 30% spike in housing prices and a 20% spike in renting costs, you know, that it drives everything up. It drives everything up. And I'm seriously concerned about future like supply chain issues or scarcity of like paper goods again. All of that stuff is a concern. And I think we all should be ready for that. And likewise, you know, I think the biggest, most important thing we can do, if I was to begin a political movement, I think I would call it 80-1, because there are issues that we all have like an 80% agreement on, and like our politicians don't enact them. Like clearly, this whole like voter ID thing, like it's like, I'm sorry, it's a no fucking brainer. I don't know why anybody who is above board would oppose it. Like, there is no American that is too fucking stupid or too fucking poor to get an ID. If anybody's that poor, they're probably on enough government assistance to get a free fucking ID. And believe me, if the motherfuckers can figure out how to use their fucking phone for their WhatsApp and their Cash App and their this Zap and their Zap Zap and their Ding Dong, I'm sure they can go to the fucking DMV site and arrange to get a fucking picture taken. The only reason you would not want people to show you an ID before they cast a ballot is because you're a goddamn crook. And I really, that's my ultimate take on that. I would get rid of any kind of like electronic of any kind voting machine. I would legitimately go back to a goddamn paper ballot, and I'd hand you a fucking Sharpie on the way in the door. They'd all go in a box and they'd be counted the same night. I do not understand how fucking some third world shithole in some God forbidden country can get all their ballots counted in a fucking evening. And then you're here in the United States of America and you'll have a state be like, well, we'll let you know in fucking 2 weeks. Dude. But back to the Charlie Kirk thing. And here's my ultimate point. So after his passing, which was tragic, we were fed a lot of lies. And on the right, they were embraced. Oh, his wife and kids were there. They were not. You know, the grieving widow rubbing the hand in the coffin and the fucking, now she's, I mean, look, she's a weirdo fucking anyway. I don't care about the Candace Owens shit. I don't care about the Turning Point shit. That Erica Kirk woman is creepy looking. I don't know. I don't know how she was a fucking beauty queen. She got a face like a fucking Rubik's Cube. But it's all fucking weird to me. And like, who gives a shit? I'm so tired of these. I mean, what are they just going to do? Tell me that we need to fucking pay more taxes so we can send it to Israel? Is that what we're going to do? Oh, please tell me more, Turning Point. Oh, here comes Turning Point and PragerU. Tell me more how our greatest ally needs more of my fucking tax money. You know? And look, I want to make it clear, and not because I give a fuck what any of you think, because I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. Honestly, I never really have. Like most people don't have a great opinion of me, so I really learned not to give a shit. But you know, the issues we have, a lot of people like to make them about fucking race or religion. It's not about race or religion. It is strictly about fucking culture. All right. When cultures are incompatible, one is going to dominate the other eventually. And I think what we have in the United States is there's this culture of like submission to the other. Oh my God, I'm not like them, so I got to cuck to them right now. You saw a lot of this during BLM, where you had these fucking parks full of people getting down, groveling, kissing the ground, down on their fucking knees, sniveling and shit. It's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I look, you like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I'd like to think that I'm made of sterner stuff, but you know, if I'm gonna be on my knees, it's gonna be before Almighty God, not for any other fucking reason. I got a minute and 13 seconds to finish this. Oh, halfway to go. Oh, and with a minute to spare, there we go. That one's done. One down. All right, we got about 50 seconds before that alarm goes off, and I'll have to bang out another one. But my point is with this whole Charlie Kirk thing. So when Charlie Kirk lost his life, these absolute worms of people came slithering out of their dirt, out of their grungy dirt bag apartments they share with 7 other hairy armpit, blue-haired women and fat bisexual dudes with nipple rings, all kinds of weird shit, you know? So when Charlie Kirk died, all these people were so happy to gleefully celebrate the death of a man who just talked. And I think that is absolutely despicable, that people would do such a thing. You know, look, there are politicians I don't care for. All right. Oh, that's the 15-minute. Let's restart. Second one up. So, yeah, of course there's politicians I don't care for and don't agree with. Of course there's presidents I think were horrible. Of course there's actors who should shut the fuck up. But you know what? I don't wish anybody would, perish. I just wish they'd shut the fuck up. You know? I'm looking at you fucking Mark Ruffalo, dickhead. You know? Like, just shut up. Like, really, if you're a song and dance man, look, I put it to you like this. Would anybody give a fuck about Mo, Larry, and Curly's opinions on any political issue of their day? No. None of you in Hollywood are as important as the fucking Three Stooges. So really consider that before you go off on your fucking tangents. You goddamn million. You live in these fucking mansions. You're so separated from. When's the last time you were in a fucking Aldi, dickhead, trying to fucking get some produce that doesn't fucking cost you to fucking take out a loan? Awakened, I love the political stuff. Can't wait to catch what I missed. Well, I'm about to get political right now. Today we lost South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. I would like to say that I'm not the type of person to celebrate anyone's passing. I will say that sniveling, snake-bellied, no good, traitorous, war hawk, send people's children to die with a big smile on your face while you cuck and suck and serve another fucking foreign country. I will say that if you are that type of person, then hell is too fucking good for you. I will say that. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. So, look, I'm done. I'm done. I'm letting you all know. I don't know what direction this channel's going in. If you're done, get the fuck out. I don't care. If you're tired of this shit too, and you don't want to hear me anymore, that's okay. I'm not going to sit around here and fucking break my ass trying to dig up another fucking story about leprechauns snatching somebody's girlfriend or, Bigfoot stole my catalytic converter kind of shit. I'm just done. I'm done. I don't care anymore. I don't care. It's too hard. Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm doing years worth of research, and then I'm utilizing the AI now to just fucking streamline it. But I feel like I'm cheating. And meanwhile, there's some dude over there, he pees in water bottles and throws them around his room, and he's got millions of followers. I'm watching morons. There's one particular guy I find very egregious. There's this clown, he subscribed to me. He makes videos about this kind of stuff too. I am convinced this dude is just above a functional moron. Like right at the line, dude, right at the line. And like it's just, I mean, like I watch his videos, I can't believe he's got an audience. Like, I mean, shit, I have forgotten more stuff than I'm sure this man could ever even hold in his head. And it is insane to me to see somebody like that have success. And I don't know, maybe I'm bitter. I'm fucking bitter. I'm dejected. Because I've been at this for a dozen years, and I watch people who started 3 years ago rocket past me. And maybe it's my inconsistency. Maybe it's my inability to produce a quality product. Maybe it's just fucking me. Maybe I'm not the guy I thought I was. I don't fucking know. I thought I had the potential. I thought I had the fucking talent. But I'm a middle-aged fucking man, dude. Nobody's talking about goddamn potential anymore. You know, it's been years since somebody reached out to me to do sponsorships or fucking the sizzle reel we shot for the fucking cable show that never fucking happened thanks to COVID. And I always feel like that's quite often the story of my life. Like missed opportunities, fucking chance, fucking bullshit. It fucking fouls things up. You know, even just the smallest task is never a straight line in my existence. I feel like I can't even carry a fucking basket of laundry without somehow winding up dropping something, and they're going to pick that thing up and dump the whole basket. That's just like the story of my life. You know, I feel like I'm always stepping on fucking rakes. So, you know, I guess I've just hit a level of frustration with all this shit. I miss reading books too. I am so sick of fucking sitting there doom scrolling dumb goddamn videos of people bitching about things, complaining. I know that's all I'm doing tonight, but like, I spent a lot of time around people who just complain. And it's so negative. When you're around people who are negative all the time, and I'm sorry, I'm being negative now, but when you're around people who are negative all the time, it fucks you up. It is a mental fucking kind of thing. And if you're already dealing with your own shit and you want to listen to some sad sack bitch all day, it can be fucking hard. It can be a hard time to deal with. And like everybody's like that now, you know, everybody's got a fucking sob story, you know, and here I am giving you mine, you know, but I'm just fed up. I'm fed up with fucking, you know, people you can't fucking count on. I'm fed up with fucking, you know, it's like I'm preaching to the fucking brick walls. I'm done, dude. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired, you know? And you know, the best thing would do would be like a reach out and reconnect with friends. But even that's not fucking a thing. You know, I thought of my friends all had kids like 10 years before me. And, you know, I thought when their kids got older, I'd have more time to see them, but that's not even the case there, you know, like, and I remember a buddy of mine, when he first had kids, he's like, I didn't stop hanging out because I wanted to stop hanging out. He's just like, nobody just called me anymore. And I experienced the same thing when I quit drinking for 2 years. Like nobody kind of wants to be around you when they're all drinking and you're not, because you're breaking the social contract, because we're all might do something stupid and we're all going to fucking keep it. We're all doing this together. But when you're the DD or you're the guy drying out, you don't get calls so much. Nobody wants to be around a guy who's dry, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of time I've invested in things has been, even in people. I feel like a lot of time I've invested in people has been for fucking nothing. Like so much of life is fucking pointless. It really is. You know what I found the most satisfying thing this week? And like, I just can't even believe that I've gotten to this point. Like two mornings ago. No, it was yesterday morning. It's yesterday morning, in fact. Friday morning, I woke up. Well, I was already awake. I was up fucking like that. But Friday morning at like 6 a.m., like right after the sun was about up, very still cool out and such, I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to go out. I'm going to take some weed killer, and I'm just going to do like the perimeter of property. And I'm going to do like the sidewalks and like some of the cracks are right out front down by the curb. And I went around the whole, like, you know, house, and I went all through everywhere up and down. I sprayed all the things. And it was my first time using one of these like commercial weed killers. I've always been kind of reticent to do such a thing. A weed whacker always seemed to be sufficient, but you know, I was tired of just chopping these down. I wanted them gone. And also I saw they have these cool tools for like weeding the cracks too. Like a hook kind of thing with a pole. Might get one of those. They're about $20. But either way, I found that the most satisfying thing. Like after that, I went out to run an errand. I brought my daughter with me to go pick up some things at my mom's house. She had some some stuff for me to pick up, and you know, I was like pleasantly surprised when we returned about 2 hours later, and the weeds were already browned and dead, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. You know, it's kind of like there's a guy I follow named, I think he's an author named Jason K. Park, and I can't even tell you anything he's written, but I love his videos. They're very insightful. He's very observant. He's got astute takes on things. Just really good content. I don't know if we'd get along in person. I don't think we'd agree on a lot of things, but I love what he does. And he spoke about how the maintenance of civilization, because like anybody, like, and he pointed out being a homeowner. For those of you who are homeowners, he illustrated his point by describing how, as soon as you fix or repair or upgrade one thing in your home, something else will inevitably break and go to shit. Your home is constantly trying to return to the dust. Everything in life is trying to degrade back to the dust. And it is it becomes like a passion thing to maintain it. I now understand why my dad would be out doing yard work for so fucking long, because to maintain it is to prevent yourself from having to do 3 or 4 times the work down the road. Not only that, but it's like, it becomes like, it has to become a thing of passion. It has to become something you are so intent on doing for its own sake, but ultimately is pointless because you can't stop it. It will continue to go. And then once you are gone, it will overtake. And it will be like you were never there to begin with. You know what? Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to give you a pro tip here. Some of you old booze hounds may know this. If you take a standard can opener here, and a 12-ounce mountain water, you can pop a little hole just behind the tap, right? And this has the same kind of principle as an old can of Hawaiian Punch. You want to get that airflow going, because right now I'm down to 5 minutes. I've squandered about 10 minutes and 30 seconds of my 15-minute timer. So I got to get this one down in the next 5 minutes to maintain the Memorial Challenge. All right. Let's see what's going on in the comments. I've been opining for a bit. What's this one? V-How. Quit my job 2 months ago. Just couldn't be bothered with people's shit anymore. Yo, I'm right there with you. I'll tell you what, for 14 years, I worked an office job for a very big national agency. And in 2023, I finally had enough. I was like, I gotta fucking leave. And I wound up working a fish counter at a supermarket for 6 fucking months. And I didn't hate it. I mean, the money sucked, but I didn't really hate it. What I did hate is I only had 3 days off a month. Like they had a lot of turnover and they didn't give a fuck. So like they would just schedule a motherfucker till they burned out and hire the next asshole. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. And I guess that's just their model. But after that, I got into the legal. I got into the I'd say the regulated agricultural industry in my state. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And a lot easier to get into than it is to get out of. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you put your extracurricular activities regarding the sweet leaf on your resume, can be a speed bump. But I got to say, one thing I was exposed to was people way younger than me, and I realized how different it is, how really different it is, how many men wear nail polish now. And look, I used to wear nail polish, dude. I'm not saying I didn't. I mean, I had a mohawk and I had the leather and I had the whole like punk rock look. So like, it wasn't odd for me to throw on some black nail polish. But I mean, like, I was working with dudes who were straight up like, yo, I got a manicure later. And they come into work the next day with like a straight up fucking gel nails on with like iridescent glitter in them and shit. And like, there'd be dudes sitting around like I guess straight dudes, quote unquote, talking about their fucking nail polish and shit. And I'm like, all right, dude. Like, I was painting them black to go with my outfit. Like, you guys are like, switching up colors and shit, like fucking following nail counts on fucking Instagram, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I don't get it. I was at a doctor, so a fucking dude behind an administrative desk, like full grown man, got to be in his fucking mid 30s, early 40s, fucking bald beard, nail polish. Look, I'm no fuddy duddy. But what I am is an old fucking contrarian. I like ruffle and feathers. That's why I got into punk rock shit. Like, if I can aggravate you, if I know what gets your fucking goat, I'm going to get on your ass about it. I get chuckles out of it. I grew up with a bunch of dudes. We just busted balls and broke chops all day, you know? So it's comical to me. And I'm troll. I said I'd fucking troll people on Instagram all goddamn day. Do it on Twitter too. I just want you to be angry. I just want your anger engagement. Rage at me. It's funny. Because I don't give a fuck about you. Yeah, fucking clowns. Like these people that fucking want to bitch at me on fucking Twitter. Like, dude, I'm not gonna lose any sleep, you know? Because some 40-year-old fucking Karen wants to bitch me out on fucking Twitter. I'm not losing any sleep, lady. You know? I apologize if this is low quality tonight, folks. You're just getting a fucking stream of consciousness from an asshole who's had it. Oh my God, I got a minute and a half here. Hold on. Too down. All right. I haven't been paying attention to shit. I've just been complaining. All right. So let me go look in here. I got some viewer activity. Let me take a look at this. Got to put on my spectacles because I can't see. All right. First up. We got Awake at the Wheel. Did you talk about Lindsey Graham dying? So weird being that he literally just got back from Ukraine. I don't think it's that weird. I think that the deal he made with Satan probably was up, and the devil came calling and took him back to the darkest circle of hell where traitors belong. So that's what I think happened to Lindsey Graham. Thank you, by the way, for your generous super chat. I do appreciate that. And then we got a super sticker here from Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. I got some comments over on the Insta. Let's see. There is no sound. What is he talking about? This is good stuff. Bro has the voice to carry Coast to Coast AM. Roulette Green. Thank you very much. I will say, woo, that's the 15-minute bell. We got another one down. Resetting the timer, racking up another mountain water. So, look, Roulette Green, thank you. Comment on Instagram. Art Bell, personal hero of mine. And I hear hero loosely. Inspiration, I'd say. I don't have fucking heroes. My only hero died on a fucking cross for the sins of mankind. But Art Bell's an inspiration. Art Bell really set the standard for this. And before him, Long John Neville. Long John Neville was the first dude to cut his teeth on his late night radio. So, love Coast to Coast AM. I still listen to Art Bell replays a lot on Spotify, some on YouTube. Ghost to Ghost AM shows are still great. Loved Art. Loved Art. Art was the best. Art was there will never be another. And my dream when I was younger was to become the host of Coast to Coast AM. I think that I would kill it. I'd bring it back. We'd be seeing millions and millions and millions of viewers again. I'd rival Art's numbers, I'll tell you that. Because again, I like to ruffle feathers. And George Snorri, I'm sorry, George. George is like what, fucking 80 years old now? And he's locked in for another like 4 years at least. Just done, dude. It's all commercials. I don't know. We need an injection of fresh blood in this genre. That's my take on that. But I love Art Bell. In fact, shout out to Courtney, Fellowship of Oddballs. One birthday, she did send me an Art Bell t-shirt. I still wear it pretty frequently. Roulette Clean complaining about what they voted for. Haha. No, you're right. What beats are those? I don't remember what beats we were talking about. I'm a bit away from that now. I don't know how long ago that was. So yeah, again, another Courtney Fellowship of Oddballs, $4.99. Thank you very much. There we go. Wake at the Wheel. Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Yeah, Lindsey Graham. I hope he's really enjoying his time down in the pit. Yeah, take that. Take that. Like I said, I said on Twitter, I hope that when he stood before God Almighty, he reaped a fucking whirlwind. I don't know. It'd be one thing if it was like, I don't know. He's just a sniveling, spineless sack of shit. That's my opinion of him. And look, believe me, I lean pretty conservative anyway, I wouldn't even say conservative because that kind of indicates that I'm down with like neocons or even like the MAGA stuff. And don't get me wrong. There's no way I would have voted for Kamala to begin with, and regardless, I still think I would have voted for Trump. But I'm not happy with what he's done either. I think that we were sold out to a foreign nation, and it's clear that like that's just it. Like we're just run by another country. I don't know why, don't know how, but probably because there's access to all this technology. It's way easier to blackmail and ruin people's lives than others. So there's probably something like that to it. So I guess if they can't buy you, they ruin you. But they definitely control you. Every one of the politicians is bought, paid for. I mean, it doesn't matter what side they're on. And that's the joke of it all. Like people act like there's like the parties are different. It's not. The supporters of the parties are different, but the parties themselves are exactly the same. They're exactly the same. But it's not, I mean, the same thing is like, on the same token, it's not like conservatives went out and burned down cities when Charlie Kirk died, So there's something to be said. Again, it's never about race. It's about culture. It's not about religion. It's about culture. And even in America, we have two cultures. You have a culture that embraces the fact that America is the pinnacle of Western civilization, that the greatest of Europe were the people who were brave enough to leave that shithole and come over here on a wild frontier and forge a new world. But let's be honest, the arrival of the Italians and the Irish in the 1800s and the 1880s specifically, and there were only 12 million of them that came through Ellis Island. I mean, that's nothing compared to the fucking 100 million that came over during Biden's term. The 12 million of them radically altered the country forever. Forever. This white Anglo-Saxon Protestant country was now flooded with all these Catholics. And they started building friggin' churches all over the place. And they became a powerful voting bloc to the point where people were concerned about Kennedy answering to the Pope and serving the interests of a foreign government. Crazy. They were worried about Kennedy serving the interest of a foreign religion-based government. So ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. A little throwback for you fucking ass clowns. All right. I cannot see I cannot see a damn thing. I love John Keel. I can see that. Yeah. John Keel, man, the Mothman prophecies. I think John Keel had some interesting shit to say. Don't get me wrong. I don't dislike this stuff entirely. I just feel that it's not what it was, man. It's not as interesting. It's not as fun in any regard. Ginger over here, I can spice things up on the channel by ordering and opening a Dybbuk box on air. Dark Sayings official. I don't want to bring anything with that. I don't care about the Dybbuk box aspect of it. You could put a demon in a jelly jar and I'd happily fucking bring it in my house and open it. I don't fear these things. All right. I don't cower before some fucking demon. Like they're beneath me. The angels are beneath me. We are humans. We are inheritors of the kingdom of God. And even the angels aren't granted that. So yes, the angels bow down to Adam because he is God's ultimate creation. So I'm not afraid of no fucking demon, but I don't want none of that Dybbuk associated stuff in here. I don't need none of that fucking. No. I practice the one true religion, and I don't need any other religion's stuff in here. Now, I know that's a bit ironic with all this stuff back here, being that there's Egyptian bullshit and, that's other pagan stuff. But again, it's just set dressing. I don't give a fuck about none of that. It was up to me to be Batman and Spider-Man back there, but that stuff's in another room. I don't do nerd content. They hate the nerd shit now. Did I open another one? No, I'm behind. Oh, fuck. All right, what time is it? How long have we been at this? Is it almost an hour? I guess so, because I'm 2 cans down and I talked for 20 minutes before that. All right, let's pop open another one. I don't know. You might hear more political stuff from me. You might hear more cultural stuff from me. I might bitch about movies. I might do everything that everybody else does. Because for fuck's sake, to do this for a dozen years and go nowhere with it sucks. I did that when I started. I had 3 goals. I wanted to interview 3 people. 3 fucking people. Greg Carlwood at the Higher Side Chats. And I did that in San Francisco. I fucked it all up. The footage is fucking terrible. It was a disaster. And I am ashamed. I am ashamed that I wasted his time. The second interview was with Brian Frangie of the Unbelievable Podcast. He went on to write for several Netflix series. Shout out to Frangie. He does a really good some web animation still on his channel. And the third goal was the silver play button. And still 70,000 away from that. So if any of you might happen to have 1 million subscribers and want to share my shit in the hopes that I get my silver play, please don't hesitate. By the way, if any of you are fucking rich, connected Hollywood demons, don't hesitate to reach out and, give me that lifeline up to the big money, because I'm fucking tired of hot dogs and cereal, dude. For real. I want to buy that good lunch meat, not the domestic ham from, that's fucking on sale, Anywho, just bitching and kvetching. All right, we got 6 minutes left on number 3 here of the Memorial Challenge. Let me see. I'm gonna pop on my old spectacles. Let's visit the chat for a minute. See what we got going on. Guru Augie, what do we got here? Keep preaching. I love tonight's show. Thanks, Guru Augie. I actually feel like I'm just doing a shit job, to be honest, because I'm just running my mouth. Like, I don't care anymore. So this is me very unfiltered. This is me ultimately honest. And like, I'm not pretending to be dark sayings, Pete. Like, this is the real asshole I fucking am. And you look, I mean, honest to God, you can ask Tina. Tina and I talk a lot. I am such a bag of shit. I am a fucking jerk off. Go ahead, tell them. Tina, you can be honest. You can tell them. You can totally tell them how I am a colossal fucking jerk off. Just huge. Like, you better have thick skin if you're hanging out with me. Like, seriously. Like, I grew up in a tough town with a bunch of shitbag people doing shitbag stuff. And like, I just call it like it is, man. Like, I mean, oh no, my feelings are hurt. Shut up. Got 5 minutes left on the timer, man. 5:15. I'm politicking too long. Listen, and when the 5 minutes are up, I'm going to take a break to go smoke a fucking Lucky Strike. While I do talk a lot of shit about not caring what people think, I do very, very much care what my wife thinks. And my wife does not want me smoking cigarettes in the house. So I will go outside to partake of this one. In the interim, while I am outside in the next 4 minutes and 46 seconds, while I still have to finish this mountain water, I will also put on a song for you guys. I've been playing these songs the last few streams. We'll do a vote. The poll will be up for about 4 minutes. The song will play as I step away. I'm still running the timer while I'm gone, so we got to keep this 15-minute thing going on for the game. But let me throw up a poll real quick, and you guys can help me out with that. So let's see. Engage with your audience. We're going to put up a poll. Start a poll. I'm going to put 2 choices. Pick one. All right. First one is my bedroom's got a drain. And the second one is XUAL. Start poll. Okay. Where's the poll at? There we go. Is that the poll? What's happening? Where is it? I can't see it. Is it set up? I don't know. What's going on here? There we go. All right. I got a poll up. So when many of you know the song My Bedroom's Got a Drain. I've been talking about it for years. You might have heard it a couple times. I have a recording of My Bedroom's Got a Drain, but I recently came across an old 1 terabyte hard drive that I transferred a lot of stuff over to. And super chat from Justin 188541. You got to get some sleep, my dude. Thank you very much, Justin. You're absolutely right. I got to get some sleep. I got to, but I won't. I'm not doing it. I'm going to keep going till my fucking heart pops. All right. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, almost full can of beer. Do I got the whole pop? All right. Hold on. I got to get this one down now because I want to go get this smoke. All right. Now, Tina, you're mistaken. I love sleeping. I love to sleep. I hate dreaming. But I like sleeping. Pete, for the fun and funnel, baby. Yo, if I had a funnel, I'd use it. Pete, don't notice the irony. Anybody else? What, Justin? What are you talking about? You can sleep, my dude. What irony? I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know. Awake at the wheel. I'm glad I quit. I'm on Chantix. I'm trying to quit. I really am. It's fucking bullshit. I don't know. Fuck, I look old. God, I used to be so pretty, dude. I was pretty as fuck, man. I was Mr. Hydra Girl, dude. That was me. And you know what the worst thing about it is? I'm fucking short, dude. I'm like 5'7", 5'8" on my good day. I'm not a big dude. I'm not. But I used to be a dangerous thief of hearts. No, those days are behind me. And again, those conquests were real no achievement, I mean, just sad people being sad together. But hey, let's see. 1 minute, 3 seconds left on the clock. That one's empty. Another one down. This is my finest fucking hour, folks. This is my fucking magnum opus. 12 years of research and writing and bullshit. And all I had to do was turn on the camera and tell you how everything sucks. It does. It does. The bloom's off the fucking rose, man. That's what you get. That's what you get. I'm also very crude. Very crude. I make a lot of perverse jokes. I regularly send very homoerotic messages to my male friends. I imply that I don't take no for an answer and that they will be mine. I find it very comical. I don't know what I walked into, but I'm here for it. Lesser Logic, it is my fucking full-on goddamn crash out. I'm done. Whoa, that's the alarm. That's the alarm. Time for another mountain water. Thank you. Thank you, alarm. We got to restart. There we go. The 15-minute timer is set again. The fresh mountain water has been opened. If you can't get a little homoerotic with your dudes, are you really friends? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. If you can't imply that if homie falls asleep around you, he's going to get a little slap and pickle action, then are we homeboys at all? I've been working on a board game for a while. I was using AI to help me flesh out the rules. I'd love to sell it. So maybe I could crowdfund it. I don't know how that works. If any of you are crowdfunded the creation of a board game, but my board game is called Kiss the Homies, a registered trademark of Bullshit Industries. But Kiss the Homies is basically it's a board game. Your phone has evolved too because it's heavily based on memes, but to keep it fresh, you would need to scan QR codes and update packs of expansion cards. But basically, you want to lure your homies into the good night zone so you can give them a kiss good night. And there's all kinds of different homie cards. You got your gym homie, you got your musician homie, but you got to get a homie in a good night zone to give him a kiss, just like that. All right, anyway, 13 minutes on the clock for me to finish this mountain water. Let's see what the results of the poll were because I want to go have this lucky. Looks like my bedroom's got a drain, has fucking banged it out at a full 73% of the vote. So my bedroom's got a drain. It will be. We're gonna end that poll, and we're gonna go back over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and fire up. My bedroom's got a drain for you guys. I'm gonna step away and let me put up the banner here. Let me see. I got a media asset for that, don't I? Okay, banners. Okay, we're gonna show that one. Be right back. Let's go to the comments. I'm gonna fucking who's this? Be right back. Yeah, that's me. Good night zone. I'm dying. Yo, Awaken the Wheel. Let me tell you what. So not only is there a good night zone, because the good night zones, there's a pop-o-matic bubble. So you got a pop-o-matic bubble. You got sus tokens. If you get too many sus tokens, no homies are gonna kiss you. And then you got the good night zones. So there's a good night zone, there's a sus token, and there's homie cards. And the homie cards are all different kind of homies. So you got your finance homie, your crypto bro homie. You got your You know, your basketball homie, you got your fucking gym bro homie. So you got all your homies, and you gotta get them in that good night zone, and you kiss the homie good night, right? I've been mocking up artwork of this, like just a bunch of men kissing around a board game and stuff, and it's very funny. It's very funny. I should hang some up around my office, but I got kids. I don't want to give them the wrong idea. Short Kings rise up, yeah, dude. Don't forget the down low, bro. The down low, bro. No, man. Down low would be like if I wasn't like, hey, let me see your balls, you know? Show me that trick where you make it like a wristwatch, you know? All right, listen. With that in mind, I'll be right back. We're going to play My Bedroom's Got a Drain right now. Let me go to my media assets, and here it comes. I'm going to mute myself, and I'll be back after this smoke, but hopefully before the timer. I'm going to bring my brewski with me just so I don't fall behind. Okay, so here we go.
My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Once you step inside, you won't be the same. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Breathe in my steam and let go of your shame. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Behind the door it's gonna pour when I make it rain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash down and keep it clean and do it again. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Look out below, we're gonna bust a water main. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. You're on adventure through uncharted terrain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Every drop is going down so nothing remains. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean. This is my domain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Once you step inside, you won't be the same. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Breathe in my steam and let go of your shame. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Behind the door it's gonna pour when I make it rain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash down and keep it clean and do it again. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Look out below, we're gonna bust a water main. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. You're on adventure through uncharted terrain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Every drop is going down so nothing remains. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean. This is my domain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Once you step inside, you won't be the same. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Breathe in my steam and let go of your shame. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Behind the door, it's gonna pour when I make it rain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean and do it again. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Look out below, we're gonna bust a water main. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. You're on adventure through uncharted terrain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Every drop is going down so nothing remains. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean. This is my domain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Turn this banner off. I'll put this banner on. Hey, subscribe, clowns. Subscribe, you bastards. What do you got here? Oh, more comments. Oh, Markadelphia, Cool Skull. What's going on over on Instagram? What beers are those, Roulette Green? These are Coors Original Banquet beers. There we go. Coors Original, baby. A little bit of that Coors, a little bit of that mountain water. A little bit of that mountain water, you know. A little Coors Original. All right. Let's see. Back to the comments here. Hey, Pete. Hey, Tina. Hey, you doing, Joel Phelan? What's going on? You walked into something. You just walked into something, dude. What up, Pete? What is up? Aaron in Minnesota. How you doing, Aaron in Minnesota? What is going on? How are you? We're having a good old time here. Living it up. What's up, everybody? Looks like a smoke break time. I like it. He's got the Wizard Brew. That's right. What do we got here? Ginger. It dawned on me just now. I hope he's got a good quality squeegee so you can have a drop of fluid down the drain. I got another song for you. We'll play Sexual Ooh a little later on, maybe my second smoke break here. I'm in no rush to get out of here. Where we at? An hour, 14 minutes. Oh, that's a long show for me there, man. That's a long show for me. Oh, 3 minutes left on the clock. Still a lot of beer left. This is number 4. Number 4. That's about an hour, right? That's about an hour. So that means I wasted the first 14 minutes of the show just bitching and convincing. What's up, Pete? Sweating it out in these parts. Sweating it out in these parts. Yo, I'll tell you what, man. We got hit with that heat wave about last week. At one point, I'm in New Jersey, right? Like, I'm really close to Philly. I'm from Philly, you know? So we only moved out of there because after our son was born, there was like a lot of shootings in our neighborhood. And what broke the straw for me was one night the police had chased a stolen car into the driveway behind our house. And a stolen car clipped about 3 or 4 of my neighbors' parked cars before the criminal exited the vehicle and took off on foot. And then police began a foot pursuit, and they were weapons drawn. So, like, I grabbed the baby and my wife and drug them out of the room, like, into the bathroom, which was in the center of the apartment, in the hopes that if something, like, started flying through the walls, we'd be safer in there. And that's when we moved. We moved after that. So, fuck Philly. I used to be really proud to be from Philly, but it's a goddamn shithole that rivals Atlanta in its fucking like urban culture. When I was growing up, Philly was really like, and I guess it depends on where you were, but Philly was predominantly had a very Italian culture. You know what I mean? And that was because of South Philly's prominence. And then Mayor Rizzo was a big factor in that too. And there was a big Irish contingent as well. Now, like myself, I am my mother's Puerto Rican and my father is Irish. And this all happened because the neighborhood that my father was from had been historically Irish, and then the Puerto Ricans had moved in. So yeah, so that's how that occurred. But the definitely the culture of Philadelphia is entirely different. The last time I was in the Italian market, it was full of Mexicans and Vietnamese. So so that was a culture shock for me. It's not what it was, and I'm not proud of what it's become. I find it embarrassing to be from such a disgusting shithole of a city, who clearly the electorate is just comprised of near mentally incapable adults who have been voting for the same political party for 75 years in the hopes that anything will be different. The problem is that the motivation for most of Philadelphia voters is what they can get for free, because nobody wants to fucking work. You know, I mean, shit, I don't want to work either. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with not wanting to work. I have 43 seconds. Oh, shit. 37 seconds. All right, that's the first 4. The first hour is complete. First hour is complete. What do we got here? Oh, you know what? There's a great statistic. Philadelphia is a fantasy world in a fictional place where 13% of the wizards cast 75% of the spells. It's actually 50% of the spells, Justin, unless there's been an update to the statistics. But yeah. Yeah, those wizards are also oh, there we go. Those wizards, if you cast a spell per capita, it confounds them. We have a lot of Vietnamese in New Orleans. Look, here's the thing. I'm not a person who has a problem with immigration. I'm a person who has a problem with refusal to assimilate. And I understand that first generation immigrants have a harder time with this. But what I don't like is when we have religious or ethnic enclaves that have completely overtaken local government and impose laws and policies that are contrary to traditional American freedoms and rights. I don't like that. I don't think that's proper or correct. Okay. I'm not opposed to people saying they want, I'm not opposed to freedom of association, but what I am opposed to is cultures that are diametrically opposed to democracy, freedom, and personal liberty, having power over our politics. I don't think that an immigrant should be able to come here, be born in another country, and become a member of fucking Congress. That's fucking crazy. Where else would that be allowed to happen? I can't move to Japan and become the fucking prime minister. It's like they fuck us, and it's just for fun. All right? And it goes both fucking ways. I mean, both of them are assholes, all right? So for me, like when the towers came down, that completely changed my political ideology. All right? And over the years, I watched the policies of the people I used to support actively degrade social cohesion and any semblance of decency. You hear this term suicidal empathy. Now, I was an old art student. I wanted to be an artist more than anything. I wanted to go to this fine art school so bad. Empathy is an artistic term that has been repurposed to mean this kind of quasi compassion, sympathy, fucking bullshit that some dizzy white old lady came up with. Because the white women are they're at the front lines of whatever's fucking going to destroy society. They'll support it all the goddamn way. You know, it's like, I guess they're taught to hate their fathers from the time they're born. Now, look, I am a father to a daughter, and I have made it a very big focus of my raising her to teach her two things that women never seem to be fucking taught their whole lives. So my daughter has been taught from the fucking earliest days to recognize two things: loyalty and accountability. And I think it's so of the utmost importance that we impart these things to our daughters. All right. Loyalty and accountability. Because I will say this: women traditionally have zero loyalty to their in-group. Okay. If you take a woman in medieval times and she lives in a village and her village is overrun by Viking raiders and they kill off all the men, that woman will happily become the companion of a Viking raider to for self-preservation reasons. Okay. It could be the very man who chopped her husband down with an axe. She will become that man's wife for self-preservation. So, the feminism thing is kind of horse shit, because like most women's jobs are the same jobs they had 100 years ago before they could vote. They still are nurses and teachers and secretaries. They're still all the same things they always fucking were. How many women do you know that work on the oil rigs? How many women do you know that work in the sewers? How many women bricklayers are there? How many women are up in the skyscrapers? And that's not to say that there aren't. It's not to say women can't do every job under the fucking sun. I'm saying that they fucking shouldn't. All right. And the last year of these videos where that massacre happened in Australia and the women cops hid, or the recent one where there was a hostage situation and the women cop shot one of the fleeing hostages, or that situation with Abolitionists Rising down in the Alamo where the women cops who were making 120 pounds and maybe 20 years old were like violating this man's fucking rights and violating the Constitution. Or that woman who recently came out in another Texas situation where she was just fucking making up rules whole cloth to persecute two Christian preachers so they couldn't be anywhere near the gay pride parade because they didn't support it and they might offend somebody. I will be goddamned if fucking English style censorship and consequences for speech comes to America. I will promise you this, and I will promise to every last fucking one of you, and I've said this since day fucking one. Do any of you remember when a meme was posted by Trump of him in the WWF ring, clotheslining a character with a CNN logo superimposed over his face? CNN was so incensed by this, they tracked down the meme's creator and forced him to apologize to them or they would dox him. I tell you what, if I ever should say something so inflammatory that the world notices, I promise you, my dear viewer, I will fucking never apologize and I will double down. All right. That's where we're going. I am concerned for the future, predominantly because of changing demographics. And I think because we have lived in a culture for 50 years that has made it okay for racism to be directed at one group because that group was perceived to have some kind of special privilege or power, when actually that group was just the majority. And I'm sorry, I believe you should cater to the majority. I don't think that I should move to fucking Japan and then I get special fucking privileges, all right? I don't think that's the case. I don't think the Japanese should change their way of life because I show up, okay? That's fucking crazy. The same people that will tell you is no one is illegal on stolen land, ask them how it turned out for the fucking natives. It's ridiculous to me. It is ridiculous. Everything is fucking tits up. And I'm tired of it. If dear viewer, I was a man who could inspire his fellow man, if I could lead, if I was a leader of men, if I was a man of deeper character, maybe a man of a military background, maybe a man who could inspire others, I would get on a flight and I would fly to Los Angeles and I would request that every able-bodied man who is willing to do something to change this world join me. And I would march my happy little ass on foot from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C., collecting any able-bodied man who wanted to come along the way. And our purpose would be to depose and replace our corrupt politicians with a government that actually serves the people. There's a famous quote about the Tree of Liberty, and I do not believe that it needs to be watered in that fashion when we are not forced to go down that road. So I think if we could get a large contingent of capable men willing to stand tall in the face of the greatest and most powerful military power on earth, the same way that 1% of colonial farmers grabbed their muskets and defied the greatest empire on earth. I think if the American people, born of a spirit of rebellion, born of a hard scrabble stock that tamed a savage wilderness full of violent and bloodthirsty pagan indigenous, who, I mean, we can pretend that noble savage stuff, but they had a 12,000 year head start and never figured out the fucking wheel. Now, the scientists will tell you that's because they didn't have domesticated animals. Well, they didn't do that shit either. They had buffalo up and down the motherfucker, and nobody thought to build a fence around a buffalo and teach it not to fucking hurt people. Because that was figured out in Anatolia about 8,000 years ago by fucking primitives. Look, I'm not going to say that everything the United States government did to the indigenous people was right and true and good. But I will say that in the grand scheme of human history, conquest and conquering is how the fuck it works. And we can dress it all up in pretty suits and pretty language for our fucking TV cameras. But at the end of the day, might always makes right. And when you sit on your ass for 12,000 years making fucking flint arrowheads instead of fucking gunpowder, I'm sorry, dude. What can I tell you? That's the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, fuck. When the Spanish showed up, they found Aztecs cutting out human hearts to make the sun come up the next day. I think it is important. Look, I don't think all cultures are equal. I don't think cultures who like throw people off the roof for their fucking sexual proclivities are fucking equal. All right. I don't think people should be persecuted because they happen to be of a different orientation, but nor do I think they should be fucking celebrated. I don't want to watch two heterosexuals make out excessively on a street corner any more than I want to see two dudes do it. All right? I don't. It's weird. Stop doing that. I don't want to see some dude gripping up his girl's titties in a fucking street corner any more than I want to see two men squeezing up on each other's fucking bags. It's not what I want to look at, okay? Can we conduct ourselves like fucking civilized adults? And I think that's a large problem with our entertainment too, specifically the music. The music has become, like, rock and roll's dead. I love rock and roll. I've been about rock and roll forever. That shit's fucking dead and gone. It's done. They killed it. They killed it because it empowers the very people they don't want to have political power. It empowers the very people that they want to villainize. Like, the people that gravitate to the rock and roll are the people they don't want to feel like they have an outlet. Like, it's like you don't want a bunch of fucking Pantera fans giving you some shit. You know what I mean? So they killed rock and roll, and what they replaced it with is like a celebration of every degenerate and destructive thing society could ever have. Think about every hip hop song after like the earliest days, okay? Like, and even like Grandmaster Flash, Fab Five Freddy, White Lines, like they were still doing that shit back then. So it goes way back. But the celebration of fucking drugs and guns and crime and promiscuity and fucking absentee fatherism, all that shit is just infected the body politic. It's infected the culture. Like, I don't think that like it's cool to be a piece of shit. I don't think that's cool. I used to, I guess, because like you're dumb and stupid when you're young. And that's the problem. People are dumb and stupid when they're young. So they feed them this bullshit that's destructive for society. And you got this idea that like an entire culture. Look, I'll put it to you like this. When I was about maybe 13 years old, I guess this is crazy. This is the way it works. This is real representation. This is not, oh man, we got a, paraplegic trans black woman in a wheelchair for our TV show. This is real representation. When Star Trek Deep Space Nine was actually airing on TV, there was an episode where I heard Avery Brooks' character of Benjamin Sisko, commander of the space station, mention Langston Hughes. And I was an avid library visitor at this point. And Langston Hughes, oh man, I got 3 minutes left on the clock and I'm in politics this whole time. Shit. So Langston Hughes, poet. But because of that mention, because I was curious, I read the poetry of Langston Hughes. I learned about the Harlem Renaissance. And I really believe that the culture of Black Americans was intentionally poisoned with the most horrible, debased, destructive human element to just poison their culture for a specific purpose. It was done on purpose. I think this was all done on purpose. I think hip hop is not, when you think of it, it's not representative like Most Def, Talib Kweli, K Reno, Jedi Mind Tricks, Mac Lethal. These kind of like high-minded, idealistic, like artistic hip-hop artists that were truly poets. And that's been replaced with like, yo, I'm a grown man, I carry a gun, I'm a criminal, and another man offended me, so I'm going to write a song about him. I'm going to write a poem about this man, and then I'm going to take my vengeance on him. He made fun of my shoes. Some dumb shit. Like, it's lowest common denominator. And to celebrate lowest common denominator and to embrace lowest common denominator as an integral part of your culture is poisonous. It's as poisonous as people descended from Europeans hating their own ancestors for being better at conquest when human history is conquest. But I digress because I must relieve my bladder and my timer is running out. So I'm about to lose this contest if I don't pound this beer in a minute. I pop a hole. Okay, I got to pound this beer in 1 minute and I got to use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I can't throw up or pass out because I'll lose. 30 seconds on the clock. Uh, 22 seconds and counting. All right, I'm going to let the clock run down. Then I'm going to use the bathroom, and I will be right back. Let me change the banner so you all know I'll be right back. All right, cool. What's up? What's up, weirdos? Who's here? Oh, I see. Hey, Chad. Is that Chad Martin? What's up, dude? What's up, homeboy? Chad, all right, listen, I'm going to catch you up real quick because Chad just got here. I'm going to fill it in. So for those of you who don't know, Chad, I've known for a very long time now. We met each other playing Vanilla WoW. We used to raid back before there was any kind of real raiding system with a guild called Nightlife. We were both members of a guild called Yakta Est. And I'll tell you what, if not for Chad Martin, I would not be standing here right now. When I was at the very lowest point of my life, the lowest point I had ever been in, just absolutely disastrous situation going on. Chad extended an invitation to me to meet him out in Anaheim, California for the 2011 BlizzCon convention. And at the time, I was an avid player of World of Warcraft. Him and I had spent many nights together pounding beers and raiding, having long conversations about every topic under the sun. And I will say that for all the years I've been doing this, the dozen years I've been making content here, Chad has consistently supported me here. He's a great man, and I credit him with even the fact that I am alive right now. I went to meet Chad out in Anaheim, California. Went to BlizzCon, had a fantastic time. And when I returned from that BlizzCon, I had kind of got myself in a little situation. Nothing bad, but kind of a on again, off again, long distance thing. And the day it all went south was I went to pick them up from the airport. She was a New Jersey resident who was living in LA. We were doing a back and forth thing. And I picked her up. She wanted to go to this bar for lunch. And she's kind of cold shouldering me. So I wasn't too happy about it. And I decided I was going to leave and just fucking Irish goodbye out of there. So I was heading back towards the men rooms to take care of business before I left. And I walked by a woman I had not seen in many years. She was the roommate of an old girlfriend who I'd met when I was 23 years old. And we had I believe she was still a resident of California at the time, but there she was sitting in this Philadelphia bar. And we struck up a conversation. She invited me to a show, and we've been together for 15 years now. She's my wife and the mother of my children. And I could not have been more surprised that that's the way it turned out. And in hindsight, I only wish that I had been a better man, much younger, and had more years with her. Because perhaps we'd have 3 or 4 times as many children. Because the one thing I've learned in life, as someone who never wanted to have kids, is that it is the most rewarding, fulfilling, and amazing thing. And the childless assholes who hate children, like those, what do they call it? Child-free on Reddit, those fucking weirdos. I understand if you don't want children because you don't feel like you'd be a good parent. I understand if you don't want children because maybe your own childhood experience turned you off to the idea. But if you are propagandized by a death culture that we live in to think children are a parasite or a burden, then you are a fucking nut job. All right. You have been fucking duped. Women traditionally, like if you even look back to like ancient times, a woman's glory was her children. So much so that it was a disgrace to be an unmarried woman of a certain age without children. It was thought to be like you weren't good enough to fucking find a man. You had no qualities a man would want. And maybe this is a patriarchal system. But I'll tell you what. We didn't have a preponderance of young women selling pictures of their assholes online during patriarchal systems. We did not have prostitute whores wanting to be called sex workers in a patriarchal system. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to tell you. Like, accept what you are. We can color the language up all you want, but at the end of the day, you are what you are, you know? Oh, we need to call the dangerous, violent, drug-addicted, homeless people unhoused. They're unhoused. No, they're violent, dangerous, knife-wielding drug addicts. Like this idea of like the poor family out on their luck and fucking living in their car. Like, look, it's not like that doesn't happen. But the majority of these people out on the street choose to be there because they're chasing the dragon all goddamn day. They're chasing the dragon all day. They're taking the pipe for a few bucks to buy the rock, man. Let's be real. I'm so tired of the fake bullshit that, like, look, the right kills me because, like, there's just blind allegiance to a foreign country because of some fucking bullshit passage in the book of Genesis is bananas. And it's because of the Schofield Bible. It's because of the non-dom evangelical shit. Like, look, at the end of the day, look, I only recognize the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church. Those are the only ones that are real. I don't care. If you don't like it, tough tits. Does your church have an altar or a fucking stage? All right. Is there a Starbucks in the lobby? Does it seat 20,000? All right. When I see these fucking little plastic cups of Welch's grape juice with a fucking crouton and you're handing this out to calling it communion, get fucked. It's LARPing. It's goddamn cosplay. All right. And Protestants are the fucking issue because in 58, the Catholic Church punks out to Muslims and Jewish people and Protestants, and they do Vatican II. And they brought those people in to tell them how to be better. Tell me how to be better. I'm not good enough this way. Fuck what Jesus said. What do you guys think? I was robbed of the faith of my ancestors. The faith that carried my family across the fucking ocean during a famine. The faith that was adopted by my family who was here before Columbus showed up was not transmitted to me. What was transmitted to me was a watered down, hippy dippy, guitar mask bullshit, Peter, Paul, and Mary version of Catholicism. That's what happened. Find me a picture of a pope kissing the magic wall before John Paul II. There is none. There is none. Find me a picture of a pope kissing the magic wall before John Paul II. And you can find pictures of John Paul II kissing the Quran, and they made that motherfucker a saint like that. And that's one thing. Shout out to Trad Cat Knight because, the Catholic Church was usurped by fucking Freemasons in 1958. And again, the Freemason shit. When people tell you, oh, America and its Judeo-Christian values, we got a Judeo-Christian. First of all, Judeo and Christian don't go together. My Lord is Jesus Christ, God incarnate, only Son of the Father, who was born of the Virgin, died on the cross, and rose again on the third day for the forgiveness of sins, the fulfillment of the prophecies, and he will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom shall have no end. That's my God. If you don't believe in that God, we don't share the same values. I don't care if my religion is a cult that sprung off of yours, because you are contrary to all men, because you murdered the prophets. All right? And my God is not a moon god who imparted his fucking word to a pedophile who married a 6-year-old, who couldn't get the basics of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob right in their fucking book. There is one Lord. His name is Jesus Christ. And don't hit me with that Yeshua shit. That's performative too. Whenever one of these evangelicals is like, oh, Yeshua, and they're talking in tongues, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Submit to Rome, dickhead. And Rome, get your shit together. This American Pope, that was on purpose. I guarantee you, if Trump was not president, well, Cardinal Sarah would have been Pope because he would have been good for the job. But they would have picked some other fucking weirdo, probably some German, because they're doing bizarre shit up there. I'm ready to become a fucking an Orthodox. I'm ready because this is crazy. It's crazy what my church does. Like, every day I wait for Jesus to come screaming out of the sky to straighten this shit out. And I'm not worthy. Christ, I'm not worthy. I know it. I'm not. But you know what? If you buy into this Schofield Bible bullshit, rapture made up fucking nonsense, this Pastor Bob at the strip mall is the only one ready to interpret scripture. Dude, wake up. Wake up. Read the goddamn book. Read the books that they ripped out in the 1600s that you think are that support everything that the church is. But when you rip them all out, it works for you. Read Maccabees. You ever read Maccabees? Ecclesiasticus. You ever read that? Tobit, all that other shit. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys at? With this, I'm a personal interpretation to fucking scripture. You think that Pastor Bob at the strip mall church next to the AutoZone or that fucking Joel Osteen and his fucking mega church of 20,000 seats can interpret the scriptures better than Jerome, who translated the Septuagint and all the Gospels and all the letters into Latin by hand himself. The man who made the Latin Vulgate. And you want to shit on the Catholic Church, who put the Bible together in 391 AD? Who put all the books together to make the fucking Bible and the sola scriptura shit that you come up with? Oh, we only use the Bible alone. What did they use for the fucking 391 years before the Bible? What did they use? Tradition. Sacred tradition. They did shit a certain way for 400 years before the Bible. Look, Catholicism is not perfect. Any institution of men is not going to be perfect. But if your basis of religion is because of an Augustinian priest like Martin Luther, who wanted to fuck nuns and not listen to the Pope, nailed a fucking letter to a door, and now you're a Methodist because of that? Now you're a fucking Presbyterian because of that? Now you're a Lutheran? Or the Anglican Church? There's a woman running the Anglican Church. The Archbishop of Canterbury is like a gay woman. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? I'll tell you what. One of the main reasons that I am such a believer is because it's true. But one of my greatest hopes is that every fucking tyrant, every fucking reprobate, including me, will scrape and bow before the King of Kings. I'm ready to humble myself because I am dirt and I'm not even worthy to look on the face of my Savior. But these fucking scum, these powers and principalities that have infected our leaders, these fucking traffickers of flesh and fucking like just fucking monsters who prey on children. No, we can't continue on like this. I don't understand. I don't understand how fucking there are men out there that wake up every day and know that this is going on and we're not banding together to do a goddamn thing. And we got to do something, because I'll tell you what, once this man's out of office, the crazies will be back in charge again. And they're going to stack the court with 15 fucking assholes that believe the craziest shit you've ever heard. They'll change the Constitution to elect a goddamn foreigner to run this country. You will see it happen. And if you're of a certain complexion, by 2045, your children will be a minority. And if you think for a second that the people who have been raised to view your complexion as the cause of all the world's problems, even though you make up 7% of the global population, your children will be second-class citizens and slaves living in a digital cage built by cocksuckers who answer to a foreign country right now. And if you think that when fucking Abu Shamik Al-Amar and fucking Jaleel Jackson are running the fucking country, that they're going to expend special privileges to your children because they're a minority, nah, you're absolutely wrong. It'll be a South African situation. But that's not really happening, right? That's not really the case. Nobody's being hacked to get them with machetes so their farms can be given to people who don't even know how to plant a crop. We live in a fucking cardboard fantasy. We are addicted to cheap Chinese plastic. And I'll tell you what. You know what? It's easy for me to look at a place like Ireland or Great Britain and wonder why they haven't marched their fucking politicians to the gallows and marched the invaders to the fucking sea. Because I'll tell you what, your ancestors would have handled it a different way. Your ancestors would have handled it a different way. And the noble natives, even they would have handled it a different way. They used to fucking, remember scalping? That was a thing too. What do you think? That was made up by the white man? That was just fucking some thing they conjured up. No one is innocent. No human is good. We are all cursed on a cursed planet. Oh my God. Oh, okay, good. At least it's finished. All right. Whew, that was 5. Wow, now hold on a second. I haven't seen one of these in many years. Been a lot of years since I've seen a red super chat come through here. So let me give proper recognition because this has been kind of unprecedented for a long time. Thor Products Ltd. Thor Products Ltd. I have not seen you in years, but every time you two pop up, you do this. And I must say, I appreciate it. Thor, it is good to see you. It has been too long. I presume you probably just lurk a lot, right? Well, I want to say thank you, Thor. $100 super chat. I am absolutely touched. I cannot tell you. The fact of the matter is, I have never been so broke in my life. I in my 20s, when I was a dirtbag in a punk rock band and like addicted to everything, I was still not as fucking fucked as I am now. I didn't have any debt back then. Now I have real debt, mortgage, car payments, shit like that. But, long story short, and I haven't mentioned this ever, I lost my job back in February. Absolutely. I made a mistake. But I caught it. And I brought it to management's attention, and it was fixed before anyone was impacted by it. No money was lost. No customers were lost or clients. It was really it was a zero out. And when it occurred, I recognized it instantly. I brought it to my immediate manager's attention, and I thought we had a good rapport. Thought we were kind of friendly at this point. And I guess the following day, he kicked it upstairs on purpose. They used that. They called it insubordination because I did not follow proper procedure. So I've been collecting unemployment, which they fought. And I think it was my age. And I think it was my politics. And I wasn't vocal about my politics. I'm not an idiot. I know that if you have traditional values or you believe traditional things, you can't talk about it. If I was like, hey, aliens should come down and we should all fuck in the streets and we should show the kids how to fucking, read the alien language and we should change everything for the fucking aliens from space. Yeah, dude. Let's throw a parade for the aliens. Let's find the most perverted aliens there are from the most perverted planet and change our whole culture for them. So if that happened, that'd be fine. But if I was to espouse anything like normal or natural or like according to God, that would be a problem. So I knew to lay low. But I think they picked up on it after a while. You can only hide so much of it, And I think that that was a factor and my age was a factor. I mean, look, the place I worked at was overwhelmingly full of homosexuals because the guy running the place was a homosexual. So I'm pretty sure if the Department of Labor looks into hiring practices, there might be something weird going on there. But, either way, I have not been fired from a job in 25 years. And it was in the middle of a shift on a Friday out of nowhere for insubordination for making a mistake. So honestly, it's just been a struggle ever since. Like I said, I took a 20,000 pay cut in 23. I've been fucking banging around other jobs since. And, it's not like this is paying the goddamn bills. I think it was, God, I can't remember the last time I got to pay out from this shit. It doesn't matter. I mean, nothing I do, And I don't know. I thought I was smarter. I thought I'd figured it out by now, but it didn't work out that way. Maybe it's because I don't have the capital to get anything started. Maybe because I'm just too stupid to take the fucking leap. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I've watched people stupider than me figure it out, and it makes me upset at myself. I'm not upset at people just accomplishing things. I'm upset at myself for not. And I'm in a weird phase in my life where I used to be pretty, and the kind of girls that used to fall down over me would not piss on me now if I was on fire. I used to think I was smart and had a lot of potential, but now my mind is addled from lack of sleep, and nobody talks about potential for a man in his mid-40s. So I'm coming to grips with the fact that I am approaching the third act of my life. And I'm not Stan Lee. I'm not about to invent Spider-Man at 44. And I'm not Colonel Sanders. I'm not about to come up with KFC in my 60s. I'm just not the man I thought I would be. And I'm not. I think if I could go back and ask 10-year-old me who I thought I would be at 30 or 40, I wouldn't be anywhere close. And I'm disappointed in myself for that. Likewise, because of my penchant for hedonism and partying in my younger years, I feel that I have done disservice to my family that exists now that I never expected to exist, because I wish I could offer them more. And maybe that's a cross that every man bears when he looks at his children and wishes he could just do more. But I live in a country where 47% of people don't work, and 100 million immigrants pour across the border unvetted with whatever disease or whatever ideology they might come with. I live in a country where criminals are given the 40th fucking chance so they can get on a train and stab the Ukrainian immigrants who everybody's putting their fucking flags in their profile for, and then not go to trial because they're not competent enough to do it. I'm fed up. I am fed up with our problems not being addressed. I am fed up for people not calling it what it is. But unfortunately, I'm not independently wealthy enough to sit up here and go, hey, let's take those 1350 people and do something about this rampant crime and violence. Or say, hey, let's completely divest from this foreign country that clearly controls our politicians. Let's eradicate the central banks and do away with income tax. Let's fucking outlaw usury. There would be no interest rates. Look, at this point, I'm like, I don't know why I think that, like, the fact that it took until World War II to finally eradicate every monarchy on earth, the only countries left with monarchy are Middle Eastern ones. I mean, the other countries that still have them are like all ceremonial. It's just like a figurehead. But like in the Middle East, they still have kings and queens and shit. That is the only legitimate form of government, in my opinion. I think that a child raised from birth to be a competent leader who is invested in the people that he rules over because they are his stock and his blood by birthright, by soil and blood, is a better leader than a politician who is addicted to power, who is willing to do anything to achieve that power, who will lie and deceive. I would rather the power be transmitted from father to son and the son be raised for the purpose of loyalty to the people, preservation of the culture, and promulgation of the gospel. I'm all about theocratic monarchy. The world should be sovereign Catholic monarchies like it was prior to World War I and World War II. It was better. Did any of our liberal democracies produce the Renaissance? No. Did any of the third world countries produce Einsteins or Oppenheimers or Werner von Braun's or Marie Curie's? Did any of those countries do that? Which sub-Saharan country invented manned flight or space travel? Which Native American tribe figured out quantum computing or elevators or two-story buildings? I'm not a man full of hate. I know, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Maybe it's gotten to that point. Maybe I hate the world. Maybe that's the thing. I hate the world. And I finally understand that passage that if you don't hate your father and mother and come from me, if you don't hate the world and follow me, maybe I finally understand that. Because what's to love? What's to cling to in this world? It is cursed. It is corrupt. It is run by those who serve darkness. You know, we know they're going out into fucking woods and fucking burning fucking effigies and shit. We know that. We've known that for a long time. And now we find out they're peddling flesh and fucking trading children like baseball cards. Nah, dude. I've had it. I don't care about anything anymore. Because what's the point? What's the point? The only thing that's true, in my opinion, is in the pages contained between Genesis and Revelation. Everything else is a carefully curated fucking lie. It's a fucking dog and pony show to either separate from you from your money or convince you to support something that is antithetical to your very fucking survival. And we take it. We deserve what we tolerate. We deserve what we tolerate. We deserve this because we tolerate it. When I watch these videos of some fucking dumb European country will be like, and now the farmers can't farm on Tuesdays. Well, what do the farmers do? They all roll into town, they dump buckets of shit all over the place, and everybody throws bottles until the thing's over. I don't care anymore, dude. I don't give a fuck. History's full of fucking companies sending fucking strike busters to empty machine guns into tents full of women and children who fucking make clothes. That's part of American history too, but we don't hear that. We hear about chattel slavery and how I owe motherfuckers money for it. Look, my descendants were fucking Puerto Rican. They're made up of African slaves, Taino fucking Indians, and the Spaniards who came over here. The first slaves on this continent were Irish indentured servants, which is the word they use for white slavery. Indentured servant. That just means you were treated worse. The slave you owned for life, the indentured servant you had a time limit on, so you didn't give a fuck if the indentured servant died. He wasn't yours forever. He was a temporary worker. But the first indentured servants were the Irish. Come over to cut this fucking sugar cane in Puerto Rico. Chattel slavery exists because a black man who was a freed slave rose to wealth and power. And he had his own slaves, both white and black. But one of them was up for release. He had worked off his debt. So the black man took the black man to court and sued to keep him a slave forever. And he won. So chattel slavery was instituted by a wealthy black man who was a freed slave who turned around and enslaved his fellow black man. The same way that those people who tell you that they were put in death camps and fucking gassed and burned will do the fucking will bomb a hospital and wait till first responders or reporters show up and bomb it again. And then cry about the fucking history of their people. It's crazy to me. They've been pulling people out of the woodwork from that shit. I'll be fucking 80 years old and they'll pull some motherfucker out who survived that shit. I'll be 80 years old and they'll pull somebody out that was like, he was in the camps. He was in the camps. He was born on the floor of the chamber. His mother's last defiant act against the Reich was giving birth to him on the floor. This is no joke. This is a real journalist who lives over in the country that controls ours who claims this, that he was born on the floor of the fucking chamber in his mother's last defiant act against the evil fucking white man. And somehow the evil white man didn't just dispatch of this baby. They picked him up off the floor, and I guess he's a fucking rabbi now. Dude. Also, look into Schindler's List. Look into Schindler's List. How much of that is real? How much of that is made up? I don't know, maybe. It's not race. It's not religion. It's culture. And if your culture is one of superiority, where other people aren't human to you, if other people are cattle to you, if you have a specific slur for everybody else to separate them from you, maybe you're the bad guy. Maybe you're the bad guy. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea, but if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it certainly ain't a fish. Oh, what do you got here? Jake Carr, cultural appropriation. You know what? You're right about that. And speaking of which, I recently saw this. Oh my God, I got 49 seconds. Oh no, I finished that one already. Okay. I saw the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, the first one, where Kristen Dunst plays Mary Jane's. There's a scene where she's on a balcony in a dress inspired by traditional, I would say Chinese fashion. And I saw this scene and I remarked to myself, like, oh my God, they would cancel her for wearing that dress. A fucking dress. Fucking pussies have taken over the world. fucking pussies have taken over the world. Like, I'm sorry. I used to think that bullying was a bad thing and the whole jock nerd thing was dumb. No, it's awesome. It keeps people from being fucking weirdos. And it separates the weirdos so that they're ostracized. And they should be. All right? We should normalize some of this shit. Some of it's not fucking okay. All right? If you're dressing like a goddamn mascot to go fornicate in a Marriott, you're probably a fucking weirdo. And I don't want you working in like education or healthcare because you're fucking dangerous. Sorry, Jack. That's how the cookie crumbles. You can either be a fucking weirdo, or you can be normal, but don't fucking be a fucking weirdo and beg to be treated like you're fucking normal. You can't have the juice without the fucking squeeze, all right? You can't. You can't. If you want to live a fucking weirdo life, bear the cross of being a fucking weirdo. Every time I cut a new mohawk into my head, every time we bicked the sides of my head and re-dyed that red and put that bitch up, and mine looked great. It wasn't this fat shit like some talking Mexican walking around with a 4-foot fucking mohawk on his head, wide as a motherfucker. No, this shit was razor thin. Whoo, perfect. But what am I gonna do? Am I gonna go home and cry because people looked at it? Am I gonna piss my pants because I dyed my hair pink and people thought I was a freaking homo? No. If you're gonna fucking, if you want the juice, you want the fucking squeeze. All right, we're 2 hours in. I am 6 beers deep, but I'm not done yet. What I am gonna do is play you another song because I'm about to go, as the quote from Roadhouse goes, I'm gonna go drain the main vein. And while I do that, I hope you will enjoy the next song I have playing. Let's see. Let me check the comments here. I have this feeling it could be indigestion. The Grand Theft Auto 6 will be a massive disappointment. So much rainbow cult BS. Forbidden Ruin, let me tell you what. I am incensed by the GTA 6 shit. First of all, I don't want to play as some fucking dumpy bitch who just got out of prison and her cuck boyfriend who's just, I don't want to do that. Second of all, there's probably so much DEI woke ass bullshit they've been developing the game for 10 years. So there was during the height of all this fucking weirdo shit. So there's probably a lot of that. Okay. There's probably a lot of just over the top, like, oh, here comes the big tranny. Oh, you better lick his balls to let him know you love him, or he'll think you're a bigot. Like, I don't want none of that. So also, like, I just don't give a fuck. How different can it be? It's new missions, it's new areas. It's going to be the same as GTA 5 with just different shit to do. Every video game is the fucking same. That's why I don't play them anymore. Every video game is the fucking same. Like, it's a waste of time. You might as well go jerk off. You might as well jerk off. You'll be done faster and you'll actually accomplish more. Like, what the fuck does it profit you to sit there and get Mega Man till the end of the fucking game? Like, who gives a shit? Read a goddamn book. Paint a fucking picture. Create something. Even a fucking 100 years ago, before TV and radio, you didn't have the option to sit around and fucking pull your dick to some fucking shit you were watching on a screen. All right? You had to create something. Think of the old man whittling a piece of wood on a fucking porch. Even he was doing some shit. You do even less. I do too. I used to devour books. Now I'm fucking sitting there, fucking video after video of some bullshit. I'm done, dude. It's stupid. I don't want to be like this no more. It sucks. Everything fucking sucks. And it sucks to be tolerated. And by the time anybody's willing to do a goddamn thing about it, it's going to be so bad and too fucking late. And I'm so tired of fucking talking to people who don't know shit, who don't have any fucking understanding of even recent history, who don't bother to look past a fucking tweet or headline. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because everybody's a fucking moron. I'm not a genius. I'm no Mensa guy. But fuck. Look up a fucking fact, for fuck's sake. Do some research. You have the entire repository of human knowledge in your pocket. And you don't know shit. And when you're wrong, you double down on being wrong. Fuck facts. My lived truth, my experience, my personal truth. Fuck you. Get with the program. Get with reality. Because I'll tell you what, if the fucking grid goes down tomorrow, you're fucked. You're fucked. Because them good old boys are going to lock their towns down. And here in the cities, they're going to fucking eat you. They're going to eat you. The predators and the prey, dude. And the fact is, there's a whole subculture of these fucking predators who only understand warlords and tribalism, and they live amongst us. You see them. You see them fighting in Walmart, fighting in Waffle House. The cops ask them to leave. All they got to do is leave. All they got to do is walk away. That they don't. They never do. Nah, it's a whole bunch of fucking mishmash, fucked up English words every which way. And they refuse to go, and they wind up in jail. That's all. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. You just see it over and over again. It's so avoidable. It's so avoidable. I'm watching these body cam videos. This cop give you 20 chances to just go home, to just shut up and go home. But no. Nobody wants to. And it's like, that's the best thing about body cams. I love that aspect of it. These fucking progressives. We're progressive. What are you, progressive? You're progressive. You're progressively shoving the light bulb in your ass. And then you want us to throw you a party like it's normal. That's progressives. That's progressives. That's it. It's like, let's be fucking weirdos and celebrate everything that's fucked up. And that's it. That's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at it. Sorry. That's the way it looks from here. Oh, well. Look, I got to piss. I'm running out of time. At least on my clock here. What's this say? You know how much I want the grid to go down so I can start killing and eating people. You know how much I want the grid to go down so I can start killing and eating people. Jolly Maggie, yo, dude. We'll see. Here's what I'm talking about. You're walking around. You're out there in the world free. And you're talking about cannibalism and shit, dude. That's a little much. All right. Whoa, what is this? Thor Products LTD 5374 for another $100. This is the best Pete ever. Thor, look, I'll tell you what. You just paid half my car payment next month. I can't tell you how humbled I am by that very fact. But like, look, honestly, I don't give a fuck about UFOs anymore. I don't give a fuck about ghosts anymore. The only reason I started talking about this shit is because I really knew two things in this world. I knew about fucking comic books and I knew about weirdo shit. And at the time I started doing this, it was fine to do weirdo shit. But even the fucking nerds are doing fucking weirdo shit. You know that fucking like who's that fucking junkie who went to jail and he's got that wall of fucking toys behind him? That wall of fucking, you know, these guys that fucking jerk off on their toys. You know that guy. And like he's got the glasses. So like fuck him in first, because I talked to him and that other dude who wears the fucking kind of Dr. Doom mask, that other fucking weirdo. We were talking about doing one of those fucking shows together about weirdo shit, and they just led me on, fucked me around, and wasted my time. Fuck both of them. But like even the fucking weirdo fucking nerd channels, they know they can't keep going on the superhero shit because nobody gives a fuck about superhero movies anymore. So what they do is they go to a channel like mine and they mine content from it and they'll go, oh, you ever heard this one about the Bermuda Triangle? Get fucked, nerd. Get fucked. Eat a fucking dick. All right? Eat that dick. Suck it. Suck it even. I'm sorry. What's this? That's new. Everything is new. It's all new. It's all new till it's old. Chris Chan, he jerks into a bottle of Fanta and drinks it. I don't even know who the fuck that is, but if that's what he's doing, then I hope he chokes on it. I don't want to do, you don't want to do that. They're all on drugs. Everybody's on drugs. I'm on drugs right now. I've been smoking fucking bongs all day. Lord Doomcock, that's that dude. That fucking guy. Yo, I know a little bit about that guy behind the scenes. I'm not going to say anything of it, but I'll tell you what. Since day one, I have come on this fucking platform. I have used my real name. I have shown my real face. You know why? Because I'm not a fucking pussy. I'm not a pussy bitch who wears a mask or puts up a fucking avatar to say controversial things. Suck my dick. I don't care if you like it. I don't care. What are the consequences? What, do I get fired from my Burger King job? I've got a job. I'm fucked. I got 4 weeks left on unemployment. Now what am I going to do? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I better figure it out. But I'll tell you what. I'm tired of doing fucking corporate training classes. I'm tired of fucking DEI seminars. I'm tired of fucking, we need to maximize our profit for our shareholders. Eat my bag, dude. I am so tired of it. I don't want to be a cog in your fucking bullshit machine, dude. I really don't. I'm ready to move to Missouri and open a Philly cheesesteak spot. Would any of you in Missouri want a real Philly cheesesteak? I would fly the rolls in from Philly. I would get the shaved beef in. I would get the Cooper Sharp, and you would get real authentic Philly fucking cheesesteaks in the middle of the, I don't even think it's the Midwest. Missouri doesn't even know where the fuck it is. But that's my hope. That's my hope. All right, now I got to piss, and I need to get a beer. Here comes another fucking song. So I'll be back when I'm back. Give me a few minutes.
sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh. I can't stop from being sexual. The night I can't resist me. I come to her, she never says no. Tonight you can't dismiss me, 'cause I'm riding where you wanna go. I know every language, baby, and I like to speak them all downtown. I make yeses for maybes, and I deliver my goods by the pound. Good God, now sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh. I can't stop from being sexual, sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh. I can't stop from being sexual. Umpire of desire, I'm the referee of ecstasy. So you better bring your A game, 'cause it's only play to win with me. I keep it sensual, make you emotional. The pleasures of the flesh, I'll make your body lose control. Sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh. I can't stop from being sexual, sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh, sexual, ooh. I can't stop from being sexual. So sexual. So sexual. Baby, know it. 'Cause I love it. Gonna make this room stink. About to get musky. Sex.
All right, that was sexual. Ooh. Hope you like that one, you fucking degenerates. I did see a comment on here recently. I was outside having a cigarette for a moment. Got 8 minutes to pound this beer. I'm running out of time. All right, let's see. What was the comment? I want to make sure to address this one. Oh my God. Oh, a little splashback on that one. Got a little close. Got a little close. Ooh, okay. Because this one chapped my ass a little bit. This one gave me a little bit of the chapped ass. Let's see, where was it? I love Mega Man. I like Mega Man too. He's pretty good. Here we go. Drunks on YouTube now. Sir, I am drunk. I'm not a drunk. All right? Dick bag. Welcome to the fucking stream. Suck one. All right. Okay, moving right along. Just wanted to address that. Just wanted to address that shit. Taste it. Taste it. Taste the sweat on the underside. All right? Get on it. My wedding song. That's what I'm talking about. My wedding song there. Choco has been drunk on here before. Oh, yeah? Oh, now we're throwing fucking stones in a glass house, huh? We're throwing stones in a glass house, right? That's what we're doing? That's what we're doing? Cutwater banana mudslides right here. I don't know about that. What else do I want to talk about? I talked about this the other day. I want to bring it back up again because I still find it confounding. So the Odyssey movie is coming out. The Spider-Man movie is coming out. The TV show's on. Zendaya. Are there any other actresses? All right. Why do we have to pretend that a woman with the body of an 11-year-old Chinese boy gymnast is somehow pretty? She's not. She can't act. She's the same shitbag character in every movie. I hate the MCU Spider-Man. Fuck the MCU. Fuck them. All right? Endgame sucked. The cop-out of time travel and multiverse bullshit can suck a bag, dude. It's bullshit. And as sucky as it was, they should have fucking used the last Spider-Man. That last Spider-Man movie shouldn't even been made. Tom Holland, I don't care if he's married to Zendaya. You cannot convince me that dude don't take the pipe, all right? You can't convince me. Why is every American superhero played by some fruity British guy? Why? Why is when's the last time an American was a superhero? I can only think of Momoa, Affleck, and that pervert who was the Flash. That's it. That's it. But Endgame fucking blows. It painted themselves into a corner they could not get out of. And then Multiverse of Madness is a piece of shit. And WandaVision, all the TV shows are trash. They're all fucking trash. The only decent one is like the first 2 seasons of Daredevil and maybe the first season of Jessica Jones. The thing is, and I contend this, when the TV series was like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., where it's like tertiary characters unrelated to the main storyline, not so egregious. When you're fucking everything up to the point where like you can't do a Deadpool Wolverine movie without bringing in bullshit from Loki, suck it dry. Dry, dude. Dry. Spend all 8 hours on that shit like a full day at work, clock out for lunch, and then come back and suck it dry. All right? I wish I had a punching booth on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. And I would invite every fucking one of these fucking movie producers to take the fucking, I'm not even going to say what I was going to say, but I would invite them all to come down to my punching booth. And for $1, I'll fucking knock some sense under their goddamn heads. All right. I'm just so done, dude. Like, I don't care. Fuck you with all the Marvel shit. I don't give a fuck anymore. I just don't care. I don't give a fuck. Ruffalo sucks as the Hulk. Ed Norton was way better. Tom Holland is the shittiest fucking Spider-Man of them all. And Andrew Garfield was pretty bad to begin with. And Tobey Maguire was too old, but I'll tell you what, Sam Raimi at least understood Spider-Man. At least he understood him. These new movies with this like, Mr. Stark, let me fucking lick your balls. Oh, please give me your suit, Mr. Stark. You know, and then it's like, oh, I sure love every black girl in school. But, you know, and the one I loved so much in the first movie, I completely forget about in the second movie, to fuck around with the ugly bitch who treats me like shit through the first movie. So stupid. So dumb. Even the comics have cucked Spider-Man for 20 years. Get fucked, Marvel. Get fucked. I can't emphasize it enough. I collected comic books for 30 years, and I stopped in 2014 because it was clear they just didn't want my money anymore. They didn't want my money. They wanted money of a fake audience that didn't exist, because I guess they thought that if they fucking made Spider-Man black, then all the gangbangers in the ghetto would put down their guns and pick up comic books. And I guess if they thought they made Iceman gay, then everybody would take the dicks out of their mouth and go read fucking Iceman. And I guess they thought if they made Miss Marvel Muslim, they'd stop fucking acid attacking each other, circumcising fucking young girls, and fucking stoning homos to fucking read comic books. It's not happening, you fucking morons. I don't care how many white women and fucking homosexuals you hire to run comic books. It's not happening. Sorry. You can't fight the wind, you can't fight the tide, and you can't stop time. There's certain things you can't fucking do. Comic books are power fantasies for little boys. And not necessarily little boys who are fucking putting their thumbs up their butt and fucking painting their nails pink. All right? It's for fucking little boys who are fucking normal. And normal is the word. Normal. There's a thing called normal, and there's shit that's not normal. And what we like to do as a society and pretend that like not normal shit is okay. All right. I can see if it's not normal where it's like absurd and it's kind of funny, but if it's like abhorrent and objectively disgusting, like maybe we shouldn't celebrate it. All right. Maybe we shouldn't. And I've never been like this in my life. I was kind of a live and let live kind of guy. I've never been like incensed by this kind of stuff. But the problem is, it's like the same way that these people who hate Christ are like, don't shove your beliefs down my throat. But you would come around and fucking be like, suck the dick or you're a bigot. Shut the fuck up. Okay, how about we take that's a little bit of advice. How about before you say anything, you shut the fuck up? That's an option too. You can just shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I got 40 seconds to finish a full beer. 39 seconds. All right, here we go. I better pop a hole in this bad boy. I'm running out of time. I don't even know where I put the fucking thing. Here's the can opener. Okay. All right, now we are officially, it's full 29 seconds now. 29 seconds, 2/3 of a beer. Here we go. Oh, there's a couple drops. I got a drop on my head. A couple drops on my head. Oh, there it is. All right. All right. Ellen Page looks super depressed. Why'd she do that to herself? Probably because she was passed around like a basket of rolls by little hat pedophiles in the movie industry when she was a kid. That's what happens. That's what happens. You know how many people flee to that country because they are diddlers? A lot of them. A lot of them. A lot of them. They're okay with diddling over there. Also, what's weirdly enough, is that every Western country in the Western Hemisphere is at negative birth rates, except that one, that Western style democracy in the Middle East, that ethno state in the Middle East. It's all right that they got their own ethno state. Where's the diversity for them? Where's the inclusion for them? Remember, diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. It is our strength. We are stronger when Somalis are ripping off our daycare systems. We are stronger when Hasidics are taking over entire districts in New Jersey and allocating the school funds to their own religious schools and fucking the other schools over. We're stronger with our diversity. We're stronger. And we got to remember all the Senegalese and the fucking Indians and the Pakistanis and the fucking Albanians who died in the fucking Revolutionary War so we had freedom. Let's remember all the Haitians who went and fucking fought at Normandy. Okay? Let's do that. Let's remember them. All right? Because America was built by those people. Funny enough, if you look at that famous picture of the steel workers on the beam having lunch back in 1932, none of them look like Somalis or Haitians or Albanians or Laotians or Ukrainians or fucking any of these other motherfuckers. Weird how that is. Weird how that is. Funny how the world was around for 1,776 years from the time of Christ, but it took America to figure out telephones and airplanes and television and fucking power lines and everything else that makes the modern fucking world. And then you want to shit on us when you're still wearing our fucking blue jeans and listening to Jay-Z in goddamn Bulgaria. Shut the fuck up. Personally, I am incensed at the idea that America feeds, funds, and fights for a world that utterly thinks we're stupid assholes, because we are. And if it was up to me, I don't give a fuck if an earthquake strikes Sri Lanka and levels fucking half the globe. I wouldn't send one fucking bag of rice. I don't think we should let anybody in to this country for a period of 10 years. We should completely halt all immigration. And we should deport everybody who doesn't belong here. And I don't care if you came over here to drop your anchor baby. I saw a video of a Nigerian woman at a British airport, 9 months pregnant, trying to visit her cousin in Chicago for 2 weeks. This woman was coming to drop a baby in the U.S. Okay. And maybe you don't think that's an issue. Oh, the poor third worlders, let them come drop their babies here. That's not the problem. The problem is the Chinese birth houses where 20 Chinese women pregnant come and drop their fucking babies and they're all American citizens. And they come back in 20 years and infiltrate our government. Fucking see the forest through the trees, you goddamn morons. I don't give a fuck about empathy. I don't care about other people. I don't. I care about me and mine. And you should care about you and yours too. We should advocate for our own people. And who are my people? My people are Americans. My people are the fucking Europeans who built the country and fought to fucking free it from a fucking corrupt, tyrannical empire. My people are the fucking those brought here against their will. who were indentured to fucking serve without their fucking saying it. My people are those who built the fucking railroads, who came from the ancient East. These are foundational Americans. The people who were here and the people who built it. All right? The people who built it. How many fucking Indians, Bangladeshis, Pakistanis signed the fucking Declaration of Independence or the fucking Constitution? Oh, they weren't allowed back then. Everybody was so racist. No. They tell you the lie that Columbus was so stupid he thought he was in India. India wasn't called India back then. It was called Hindustan. He knew where the fuck he was. And he might have been a little hat himself. So, I mean, who knows about that? But the lack of historical understanding. And look, I've even seen this in my own family. A family member said to me the other day regarding Alexander Hamilton, wasn't he Hispanic? Wasn't he Hispanic? And that's strictly because of media. It's media. They'll tell you that race swapping people doesn't matter. Oh, Helen of Troy is this fucking sub-Saharan black woman, blacker than the Ace of Spades. She launched 1,000 ships. If that's not a problem, then why is fucking John Wayne playing Genghis Khan a problem? Why is a white man playing a Native American in a 1950s Western make you clutch your fucking bag and piss your fucking pants? But it's okay to make Helen of Troy an African. Your double standards, your hypocrisy, it is disgusting. It is disgusting. Look, here's the thing. I just assume anybody who is like left of center is just a pathetic, selfish, jealous, just petty little individual. And maybe that is an extreme, but that is what they display. That's what they display. It really is. Watch a video, watch one abolitionist rising video. Watch him go stand around with his anti-abortion sign anywhere near a gay pride parade and see how he's treated. It's fad morality. It's fake. Your morality is grounded in whatever is the fucking cause du jour. Oh, it's Ukraine. Oh, put a black square in my fucking Instagram profile. Oh, fucking pride this or fuck ICE that. Shut the fuck up. Everybody's so goddamn dumb. It's really frustrating. It very much is. And like I said, I'm no genius. I'm just somebody with reading comprehension in a world where everybody reads at a 6th grade level. I don't know what to tell you. I'm an angry man. I'm angry. Homer's rolling over his grave. Fucking right, dude. Fucking right. Let's get fucking Ellen Page out there. Let me tell you what. I saw this fucking picture of her on a red carpet. I had to get on X and say something about it. That broad looks like fucking a dude who borrowed his dad's suit for his first job interview. It's crazy. She looks like Michael Jordan in a fucking NBA photo shoot after some award ceremony in a 90s cut suit. It looks like a goddamn toothpick wrapped in a fucking newspaper, dude. She looks ridiculous. Like, really, you look ridiculous. No one thinks you're a man, bitch. You're a fucked up woman. You're crazy. You're crazy. All right? I don't hate people who are trans. I don't hate them. But I recognize you're fucking mentally ill. You are mentally ill. All right? Most people are mentally ill. Don't feel bad about it. But you're taking it a little too far, dude. When I worked many years ago, I worked at this job where a man had a heart attack at work. He was in his 60s, died right there on the floor. And his coworker, who had been friends with him for like 30 years, was like, I've learned from his death that I can't hide who I am anymore. And then all of a sudden, this dude was wearing skirts. He grew his hair out real long, and he wanted to fucking be a woman. Dude, I don't give a shit. Look, I can dress like Superman, but I'm not going to be faster than a speeding bullet, dude. All right? I'm just not. I'm not going to leap tall buildings in a single bound anymore. You're never going to have a period. You're never going to give birth. You aren't a woman. You're a fucking fucked up crazy person. All right. And you know what? I used to date this girl many years ago. She was super progressive, went to a school full of weirdos and gay people. And we had kind of broke up, lost touch for many years. We'd reconnect every once in a while just to see how each other was doing. Nice person. A little too, again, that white woman suicidal empathy. So, like, she was bouncing back and forth, like having all kinds of romantic relationships with every kind of pervert and weirdo under the sun. And I remember one of the last times we talked, she was dating a woman who lived as a man. And she tried to tell me, no, he's a man. Like, are you eating pussy? Then he's not a man, you know? But in the end all be all, they're all the same. They're all the same. They're performative. They're fucking like, it's virtue. It's like, look how virtuous I am. But like every other fucking broad, she married a dude. For all her fucking bullshit, she still married somebody who could give her children. She didn't marry a man pretending. She didn't marry a woman pretending to be a man. She married a man who could get the job done for whatever fucking it's worth. So, clown shoes, fuck you. 100 years of women voting hasn't been so good for everybody, huh? I don't know. I've got a lot of controversial opinions. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, there's my man, Marco Escondoles. Preach, Pete. They are Marxists. This is what they do. Look, I'll tell you what. Marco, I'm not for democracy. I don't support the republic. I would eradicate all of it and institute a theocratic Catholic monarchy. All right. I wouldn't force you to practice Catholicism, but I wouldn't let you openly practice anything else. Okay. I don't want you going around spreading your fucking bullshit. If you're spreading anything, it better be the gospel of the only God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I don't want to hear you going around with your desert fucking 7th century brutalistic barbarian religion or your fucking made up Ukrainian religion from 700 years ago that you claim is an ancient one. I don't want to hear none of that shit. All right. America was not founded on Judeo-Christian values. America was founded on fucking Freemasonry. All right. Go to Francis Bacon. Read the New Atlantis. It's a Freemasonic fucking country. All right. That's what it is. Let's not pretend. Let's not fucking kumbaya our asses together and be like, oh, our Judeo-Christian values. Oh, we're so Judeo-Christian. Shut up. Shut up, you fucking ass. We're Freemasonic. These dudes were putting on their little fucking aprons and prancing around in the dark and grabbing fucking bags and balls and doing whatever the fuck they were doing. All right. But it's not normal and it ain't right. All right. And we are living in the world Albert Pike talked about. Like, they can tell you it's not real and it ain't real, but he told you Pizzagate wasn't real either. Oh, but lo and behold, right? As soon as the fucking Epstein files come out, that's where we are. That's where we are. Oh, it's not real. This isn't happening. They tell you this shit ain't happening. Oh, no one's voting. Trannies aren't killing people left and right. Oh, they're definitely fucking age restricted this video. They're taking this one down. I might have to take it down first. You might be here for one of a rare shooting star streams. And look, I'd probably pissed off. There might be some people I know personally watching this right now, and they're like, "Oh my God, Pete's a goddamn monster." You better believe it. You better believe it. You better believe it. The thing is that people don't seem to understand that barbarism is human nature. People are fucking awful. They will come up with creative new ways to harm, torture, and exterminate other people. Let's not pretend we're above it. We're bloodthirsty. If there was ever, like, if aliens showed up, we would be the Klingons, dude. We would be the warlike race who couldn't be trusted out in space. We'd be the ones. But aliens aren't real. They're here. There's nothing in space. Whatever these things are probably descendants of the fucking Nephilim of some kind. I don't know. But they're ancient. They're not human. And, I mean, who gives a fuck? They don't fuck with us. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. I don't care anymore. I really don't. Every day I just wait. Just wait for a fucking end. Wait for Christ to come out of the sky and judge the living and the dead, dude. I wait with patient hope. I just want to hear them trumpets blare, dude. I really do. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't know. Maybe it's foolish. Maybe I'm far beyond the pale at this point. But that's where I'm at. Hey, look. I have finished 6 beers already. I have 6 more in the fridge. I'm going to set up a poll. You let me know. You let me know if you're tired of this shit. You want me to keep going and try to rack down another 6. I'm going to set up the poll right now. Let's see. And I saw somebody put up a little thing in the chat. They said, play some punk rock. Now, I was in a punk rock band. If you would like, I will play a punk rock song. Well, I got no engine. Hello, Pete, Tina, and all you folks. There's a way a giant effed a regular woman. There's no way a giant effed a regular woman. No, a giant didn't F the regular women there. It was the angels who F the regular women, and they gave birth to giants. They weren't born as giants. They were born the same size as regular people, but they grew into giants. So it was angels who took the form of men, who had sex with human women, who gave birth to normal-sized babies who grew into human giants. So that's how that works. Okay, where are we at? Fallen Angels. This is the OG punk rock Pete. No, this is drunk-ass Pete, who has no filter anymore and does not care if this channel is torn down, banned, blocked, or fucking taken away anymore. I don't give a shit. I will just start posting on X or Rumble. I don't care anymore. Take it away. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm tired of waking up in the morning. I woke up in the morning for 3 fucking years checking this channel every day to make sure they didn't delete it because of a video I posted. They took down so many. In 2016, when they started at a hardcore censorship, they took down tons of my videos, demonetized tons of my videos, demonetized music videos of my own fucking band that are then instead for violence. And there's no violence in them at all. There's like troops pictured holding weapons, but there's no violence. There's more violence in video games than my video. Just I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of everything. I didn't expect this to be this way. We used to dream about the future, man. We used to dream about the future. And now we're taught to fear it. Now we are taught to fear it. You know? And that's the worst part. Aaron, you're on fire tonight, Pete. Thank you. Thank you. I am on fire, but I'm down to 6 beers. So let me go ahead and put up a poll. Let's see. Let's do it. Let's do it because I want to know what you think. I want to see where you are. I'm going to put beer. Go or stop. Start the poll. Start the poll, you fucking assholes. Let's do it. Let me know what you want. I'll confess. Sometimes I can wake up in the middle of the night. I'll call my moderator here, Tina Tomaszewski. And what I'd like to do is unload curse words all over her face. I'll cuss her up and down for no fucking reason because it makes me feel like a big fucking man. Bad theology leads to bad consequences. Thank you, RR. You're absolutely right. I blame Protestantism. I blame Protestantism for the rise of secularism and the proliferation of not only atheism, but anti-theism. That is a Protestant thing. That is an outcropping of the Protestant movement. Okay? That's what it is. I blame the Protestants for the proliferation of atheism. Often, Protestants are the most hypocritical of Christians. Often, they display the worst qualities of Christianity. And often, it is Protestants who affect others to reject Christianity by their very behavior. I'm not absolving pervert priests of what they've done. But let me just say, the pervert priest thing, I think, is also part and parcel of the infiltration by a group of Freemasons who are also little hat Freemasons called B'nai B'rith and the French. French Freemasonry and B'nai B'rith infiltrated the Catholic Church in the 1950s. The guy who wrote the Vatican II documents was not a Christian by birth. He became a Christian to become a priest, to write the document, and as soon as Vatican II passed, he resigned his vocation. Contrary to all fucking men. Contrary to all men. Ellen Silicone abs are the most disturbing thing I've seen in ages. I can't get it out of my head. Silicone abs, for fuck's sake, they look so odd. Ellen Page is look. I'll tell you what. When you get to that point, I think you should just let the intrusive thoughts win. Okay, just let them win, Ellen. Just let them win. Let the intrusive thoughts just follow their instructions. Just go ahead. Just let it happen, dude. Just let it happen, Ellen. Just let it happen. Listen to the intrusive thoughts. Listen to them. It'd be cool if they're aliens, but I'm not convinced. I don't know, Lesser Logic. I don't think it would be cool. Like when that Three Eye Atlas thing was going around, I really considered the possibility that this was an alien craft. And like if 9/11 was bad, moon men showing up would be way worse. It'd be so much worse. We want tech so we can go exploring. I don't want to explore shit. You know, I don't. I would like a fucking a really good pizza, maybe a slice of cheesecake, a good movie to watch, a comfortable fucking bed. I don't want to fucking deal with none of this shit. Why can't I just have fucking peace? Why can't I just be left alone? Why does every fucking penny I make have to be split in half and give to fucking the government so they can send it to a foreign country who has plenty of their own money? And what do we get for it? Our greatest ally. Oh, did they fight with us in Vietnam? Oh, no, they didn't do that. In fact, they bombed one of our ships and killed 135 people. Did they fight with us in the first Gulf War? No, they didn't do that. How about the second Gulf War? No, they didn't do any of that either. But they did get us to go bomb Iran for them. We are fighting a war with Iran for another fucking country. Because you know what? Iran can't hit us with shit. They can't hit us with shit. They're not a threat to us. The only reason they could be a threat to us is Barack Obama sent pallets of money over there so they keep their nuclear shit going on. And in the end, I don't give a fuck if they scorch every country around them. I don't. Every one of those countries used to be Christian. Lebanon, Syria, all of them are Christian countries until the fucking 7th century warlord forced people at the tip of a sword to become bloodthirsty, moon worshipping, fucking pedophile, fucking prophet, fucking proliferating fucking scumbags. That's how I feel about it. Shit, I have to take this video down. When I'm done, I have to. There's no way about it, dude. It's done. It's done. If you were here for it, you're here for it. Oh, my God. You're here for it. You're here for it. Sleep. No, I'm never sleeping, dude. I'm going to pass out drunk. No, I'm not getting any sleep. I don't sleep. And they won't give me sedatives because the apnea is so bad they believe I will not wake up if they give me sedatives. So the last time I had any good night's sleep was about 5 months ago. I drank about 7 beers and fell asleep for about 4.5 hours. And that was the most sleep I've had in 2 years. And I'm like, well, that's bullshit. I don't want to have to drink all these beers to sleep. And honestly, that's half the reason I've had all these beers on this show. One, because I just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't. At this point, I figure I can come on here, talk a lot of shit, and be the real me. And those of you who have been following me for 12 years will either say, oh my God, this guy's a real piece of shit. Fuck him. I'm done. Or new people will be like, oh my God, this guy's a piece of shit. I got to subscribe to see what he's going on. I don't care. I just don't care. Nobody cares what I'm fucking talking about here anyway. I've made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos, and I've been losing subscribers since the fucking 2018. Almost fucking 8 years of losing subscribers. The last 3 years, I have not gained enough subscribers to overcome the losses that I have every month. Every month is like 30. Every month I lose 30. My statistics are regularly negative 30 subscribers every month. There was a time when I added thousands in days. I don't understand what's going on. YouTube assures me I'm not shadow banned. I don't know what I'm doing fucking wrong. I'm ready to just stop, dude. I'm ready to just fucking stop because I'm not getting anywhere because the numbers never move. It's like I don't make money. I don't have the time. The numbers never get better. Nobody gives a fuck what I'm talking about. And I'm just not as good as I thought I was. I guess if I was Asmongold and I fucking left a sink full of dishes for 8 months and I wore the same clothes for 7 days a week and I couldn't get a stitch of pussy to save my fucking life, maybe then somebody would fucking care. But nobody cares. Nobody gives a fucking shit. And I'm having a hard time giving a shit anymore either. I turn on these live streams and 20 people watch. Fucking, what's that guy? What's that fucking dude? Monograph. Monograph, a fucking dude in his 60s. He fucking sits there in profile with no background at all, munching on fucking potato chips through half his stream, and if 500 cocksuckers show up. What am I doing wrong? I can only assume it's me. And I'm just tired of being me. And I'm just tired of doing this because it's not what I expected. And after 12 years of fucking labor and trying and the ups and downs of it, yes, I will say I've made some nice connections out of it. I've got friends that have come out of this effort, like Ginger, like Tina, like Jesse and Fed, and amazing supporters like Augie and Marco Esquandoles. And tonight, I'll tell you what, for fuck's sake, Thor, you might not fucking make yourself known quite often, but every time you do, you humble me, man. Every time you've shown up, you dump way too much on me, and I am humbled. I don't deserve it because I'm not good. I'm not good enough. I'm not Stan Lee. I'm not making fucking Spider-Man up in my 40s. I'm not fucking Colonel Sanders. I'm not coming up with KFC in my 60s. I am a goddamn nobody. And when I started doing this 12 years ago, nobody cared. Nobody believed in me. I started posting shit on Instagram related to this, and my own family was unfollowing me so they didn't have to see my fucking shit. Your friends will never support you. I don't give a fuck what they say. You could be Michelangelo of artists, and your friends will not come to your gallery showings. They will not show up. Your friends will be the last people to support you. It is strangers who know nothing about you that will carry you over the fucking finish line. Your friends will not be there for you until you have money and they come looking for it to borrow. That's when your friends will show up. When you're finally successful, your friends will come in to see what they can get off of you. I don't know. I've been carrying on a lot lately. And, I'm tired. Jolly Mackie, as long as you're going down, my dude, you might as well go down in flames. Shocked on those other 6. Take a full 12, you maniac. I like it. We're going to do full 12. All right, so we're going to do a full 12. Here's what I'm going to do. I do need a substantial amount of time to take a break. So let me see something. Perhaps I can do something. Oh, let me see. I might have an idea here. I might have something for you. Let's see. I don't have anything for you. How about this? I would like to walk away for a few minutes. Chad, my man, Chad. A little bit of preach on. Thank you for the $6, Chad. Much appreciated, man. Believe me, it really is. The only threat to the world from Iran is assaulting minors, women abuse, and cutting off traffic from the street. Whatever else they do doesn't affect us one bit. You're right, Forbidden Rune. I don't give a fuck about no Iranians. In fact, I got a lot more respect for Iranians than I do for most of the people of the Middle East. Iranians are Persians, and historically they were Zoroastrian in faith until Islam came along and chased the Zoroastrians to India for the most part. Zoroastrian faith, I think, has a lot more to do with Christianity than even Judaism does. If you read the text of Zoroastrianism and you read the text of Judaism, the person of Christ seems like he was sent a lot more by the God of Zoroastrians than he was sent by the God of the Hebrews. Ahura Mazda is not the jealous, petty, vengeful God of the Old Testament, but there is a Christ-like figure in Zoroastrian eschatology that comes at the end of time. It's a shooting. It's always a shooting. I'm glad I made it to the show. Thank you, Aaron, in Minnesota. I'm still doing it. Out of respect, I haven't clipped anything here tonight, even though it's epic. VL, now, let me tell you what. Nobody's ever clipped a fucking thing from me. As long as the clips have been around, I have not one person taken a clip from me, remixed it, remaked it, or reposted anywhere. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. I'll tell you what. With 1,000 engaged fans, if I had 1,000 people who gave a fuck as much as Tina Tomaszewski does, I would be bigger than Logan Paul. I would be bigger than Mr. Beast. I assure you, 1,000 true fans, and I could change the goddamn world. But I don't have that. Nobody gives a fuck. I'm off-putting. I'm weird. I'm angry. I'm hostile. I'm fucking tired. I'm fed up. And nobody wants to hear that. What they want to hear is like, oh my God, you're so special. Everything wrong about you is okay. You're your own hero. You don't need to change a fucking thing. Be an insufferable fucking cunt And if anybody has a problem with it, they're a bigot. I'm just done, dude. I'm done. I'm done, dude. I mean, I grew up in a world where the truth was blatant. Life isn't fucking fair. Life is not fair. And as much as you want to wave around the word equity, you can't force life to be fair. You can't. Not everybody gets to play on the fucking major leagues. There are astronauts who wanted to be rock stars and rock stars who wanted to be astronauts. That's fucking life. That's life. Grow up. Grow up. All right, look, I'm not a big fan of the boomers either, but I'm not a big fan of the boomers because they're dumb, not because they fucked everything up. All right, they did fuck everything up, but I don't blame them. If you lived in a world of total abundance for the time you were born, you would fuck everything up too. And you'll probably fuck everything up 40 years from now for your grandkids, you dumb bitches. You know why? Because you want drag queens. Drag queens, oh, they want to read to the kids. Why don't they ever want to read to the old people? Why are drag queens going to nursing home? They want your fucking kids. I just saw that fucking Libs of TikTok video. They're marching their pride parade down the street, talking about we're coming for your kids. We're coming for your kids. You're coming through me first, motherfucker. You're coming through me first. Dude, I'm telling you what, my kids are being homeschooled starting September. I'm done with the public school system. I'm done. No way. No way. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm not gonna pretend to live this. I'm gonna live it for fucking real. It ain't gonna be easy. I know that. But you know what? I'm not gonna let some fat, disgusting, unmarried, liberal white bitch with her head full of dumb bullshit screw up my kids' brains in a fucking classroom where they have unfettered access to them for 6 hours a day. Get fucked. Get fucked. All right? Take that to the bank, asshole. All right, listen, I got to piss. I'm going to step away. If you leave while I'm gone, fuck off. If you hang around, thank you. And I'll be back. How's that sound? What do I have in my media assets here? Maybe I can fucking do something for you while I'm gone. Play a little something here. I don't know. What do I got? An 8-second video, 1-minute video. I don't know. Just wait for me. I'll be back. All right, you fucking cocksuckers. I'm gonna play you a song. One more song while I set up my timer and rack another beer. This one's gonna be a personal favorite of mine from a band I was in. You know what? In fact, let me ask you a question. First one to respond is the one I'll pick. I was in two bands. The first person that can remember the name of one of them and put it in the chat is the band I will play. So go for it. In the meantime, I'm going to mute this while I take care of my asthma medicine.
Fire and blood. Look upon the future and tremble. Fire and blood. World passes away. Fire and blood. From the ashes of this world, I will build a better one. Fire and blood. World passes away. Fire and blood. From the ashes of this world, I will build a better one. Fire and blood.
Yeah. All right, let's check the chat. Let's see what song we got. Anybody remember? Nobody remembers. Nobody remembers. I can with you, Pete. Seems like the whole world was like a bit stupid on the flashlight on my friends who decided to ruin a 20-year friendship, siding with stupid people and their stupid ideology. Dude, I'll tell you what. When Trump cucked to his masters and started this war with Iran, I had a friend of mine I've known for many, many years. She had messaged me and was like, oh, that fucking Trump's doing this, that, and the other. I'm not letting my kid get drafted and die for Iran. No, she mentioned Israel. She said, I'm not letting my kid die for Israel. And I said to her, listen, the knowledge that you have now, I've had for the last 20 years. But if I had said to you any point before today, you would have thought I was a fucking Reich member and not believe me. All it took was that to open your eyes, you know? And then all of a sudden, the old progressives started to kind of melt away. The fact of the matter is, it's easy to be a liberal progressive when you're either getting a handout at other people's expense or you don't have to deal with the repercussions of your vote. Remember when they shipped all the immigrants to Martha's Vineyard and we just don't have the space for them and they got them out of there in 2 days? Yeah. That's the truth of it. That's the reality. Everybody's so virtuous, but you notice when they're asked, oh, you want to take an immigrant in your house? Oh, they don't have the space. I'm done with you folks. I'm done. I honestly think that the logo of the Democratic Party should be equal in vilification to the swastika of the Nazi Party. That people who adopt the ideology of liberalism or progressivism should be vilified the way that Ku Klux Klan members are or fucking neo-Nazis are. They are despicable. You support the oldest institutional political party on earth who was responsible for the Klan and Jim Crow, who opposed civil rights. And then when it's advantageous to them, they completely flip and they suck off fucking tech millionaires and they give your private data over and they force companies to fucking give them information so they can surveil you as soon as they have power. I don't give a fuck what you think about Trump. Trump was not sending spies into religious fucking services to monitor what people think. But Biden was. All right? He was. All right, okay? The hope and change you voted for in 08, the same hope and change I voted for in 08, didn't come around. And the George Bush they called a Nazi in 2004, they cuddle up to now in the media. Oh, look at him and Obama are close friends. Oh, look how close George Bush and fucking Michael Obama are. They rub dicks together and start a passionate fire. SPLC personally bankrolled all modern hate groups and the hate crimes they commit. You're absolutely right. And the ADL was founded to fucking defend a murderer and diddler. Who's Jacob Schiff? Does anybody know who Jacob Schiff is? Jacob Schiff, that's your homework for tonight. Research Jacob Schiff. Let me ask you a question. What would happen if a billionaire right now, if Elon Musk funded a country to go to war against another country, how would you feel about that? If Elon Musk gave Taiwan money to fight China, you'd probably be okay with it. But if Elon Musk gave money to Russia to fight Ukraine, you wouldn't. Okay? Because you're okay with bigotry if it's against people from European descent or Christians or men. You're okay with it. You fucking perverts. You failures at life. It's jealousy. It's petty jealousness. It's like, oh my God, other people should work for me so I can fucking eat tendies and play video games all day. Get fucked, you loser. Learn to do something. Learn to do something. That's the biggest regret I have. I didn't learn to do something. I wish I would have gone into the trades right after high school. They filled your head with this college bullshit. I wanted to be an artist. What a fucking dumb idea that was. Because I'll tell you what, one of my favorite artists is J. Scott Campbell. All right. J. Scott Campbell is one of the greatest comic book artists ever. And I'll tell you what, even if I got an email from him offering me a $5 picture, it'd be cheaper to use the AI. Art is fucking dead. Nothing matters anymore. Nothing matters anymore. Nothing does. Art has not mattered since Jackson Pollock. The CIA took this dude's shitbag paintings and pushed them to prominence by bidding insane amounts of money for them to shame the Russians. And that's it. All architecture and art is fucking trash. You see some dickhead pushing over buckets of sand or some fucking pervert putting a crucifix in a bucket of piss and calling it art. Get fucked. America is Art Deco. Everything should be Art Deco. Brutalism is disgusting. Why do McDonald's look like fucking doctor's offices now? What happened in a playland? You know, right at the tail end of COVID, my kids were so fucking stir crazy. My wife and I took them out to a fucking McDonald's that had a playland. And we got there, and there was a fucking barrier up and signs and shit. And we talked to the staff, and they were all like, no, the policy is no kids can go in there because of the COVID. Do you know what it's like to tell a fucking 6 and 4-year-old they can't go into the play area because some minimum wage fucking retard who never got a GED got an email from some shitbag in fucking corporate? Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck right off. All right? You pump poison into the digestive system of every goddamn American, but you take down your fucking playgrounds because you might get sued. You should be sued into the fucking depths of hell, dude. You should. There's no way. There's no way. You're telling me for fucking $14, I can get a Big Mac, fries, and a fucking high fructose corn syrup, fucking sugar bomb, soda? Fuck you. I haven't had fast food since February. And you know what I discovered? That whole, oh, we have McDonald's at home shit. Yeah, baby, we got McDonald's at home, and mine's better. I make smash burgers to fucking titillate the senses. I use the finest of ingredients that I can afford. And I'll tell you what, I would take any of my burgers over any fucking established chain any day of the week. I started buying beef tallow and doing my own French fries because I'm not frying shit in no goddamn machine oil that they invented to fucking lubricate fucking cotton gins. I'm not doing that. I'm done. I'm not going to go to the supermarket and buy frozen dessert treats because I've got an ice cream maker. I'm going to buy heavy cream and I'm going to buy cocoa powder. I'm going to buy sugar. I'm going to buy milk and I'm going to make my own fucking ice cream. If I can learn to fucking make it, I'm going to do it from now on. The only thing that stymies me, everybody, the only thing that stymies me is the one thing that I've devoted so many years to, the pizza. The pizza is the hardest thing. And it's not because of my skill or because of the recipe. I have a very specific recipe. I have calculated my recipe down to the ratio of humidity in the dough. I know what I'm doing when it comes to dough. I spent almost 20 years perfecting my pizza recipe. The problem is that commercial ovens do not reach the temperatures necessary to cook a pizza thoroughly and quickly enough to make it right. I have a pizza steel. A pizza steel is the best I've gotten. I have been eyeing up some of these like outdoor pizza ovens. And if I could, I'd build a whole brick pizza oven in my back fucking yard. But there's other things I have to address before I do it, like a fucking novelty project, like a brick pizza oven. But the fact of the matter is that commercial ovens do not reach the temperature conducive to cook a regular pizza. So I used a pizza steel for a long time. I'd let that motherfucker heat up for 2 hours in the oven before I drop the pie on it. The problem I have with making my own pizzas is I'll make like fucking 5 pounds of dough. You don't even use like a full half pound of dough on a pizza. Like there's nothing to it. So you make so many fucking pizzas and they're like pancakes. The first 2 come out like dog shit, right? Because the ovens, like with pancake, the pan's got to be the right temperature. You got to get it right with the right rhythm, and it's the same with pizza. But that's the last thing that I purchased from outside restaurateurs is like the Neapolitan East Coast style pizza because you just can't do it at home. You can't. Even my awesome dough recipe, I would buy the best cheese I could afford and grate it myself. I bought the most popular East Coast pizza sauce used by pizza places. I bought Italian olive oil, Italian 00 flour in a 50-pound bag. I was cranking out pizzas like crazy. And it's a pretty decent recipe, but I just can't mimic what a pizza place does. And I know Kenmore now has an oven that goes up to about 770 degrees. It's like I was specifically a pizza oven, like conventional oven appliance for your home. But I'm not about to drop $800 on a fucking oven. I ain't got it, dude. Like if I got, that's 2 months of a car payment for me. And I wouldn't even have a car that I had a payment on, but I blame Obama for this. So the cash for clunkers thing, when I was a teenager in the late 90s and early 2000s, 70s muscle cars were very ubiquitous. They were all over the place. A lot of those cars from the 70s were cheap and easy to get. After cash for clunkers, a lot of like viable automobiles, people took advantage. And the cars were still good, went up and got crushed under cars for clunkers. So, and they'll do the same thing again. Once the sensors and their surveillance shit is all in the cars, they'll make you crush the old ones too. But like right now, I have a newer vehicle, and this is the newest vehicle I've ever had. My first car was in 2002. I had my first car. I did not drive until I was older. I didn't learn how to drive when I was 16. I think I was over 21 when I learned to drive and I bought my first car. And I didn't even buy my first car. Like I I moved into an apartment where the old lady who had lived there had died, and the car was in the backyard. So like when I took over the apartment, they offered me an opportunity to purchase the vehicle, and that's how I get on that. It was like an '84 Ford Tempo, and I was riding that around in the 2000s, like the early 2000s. That car blew up on me on Ron and Torresdale Avenues in Philadelphia, down the street from the prison. Just blew up. Just fucking was done, dude. Sprayed fucking all kinds of fucking fluids all over the place and would not drive anymore. I had a Pontiac Grand Am that I got rid of because I got a Ford Escort. It was like a 95 Escort. And then I drove an 06 Honda Civic for a long time. It was my wife's. When we first got together, I think I was driving a Mazda. I was driving the Mazda 3 2014 right after we started dating. But the Civic was hers, and she had driven it cross country a few times. But once we were living together, married and stuff like that, it was safer for her to use the Mazda 3 than it was for me to use, for her to use the Civic, because it didn't even have air conditioning in it. And that's what finally was the last straw with the Civic. Last year, the heat was so unbearable. I took the Civic to get the air conditioning checked out, and then I spent like $800 on like getting the air conditioning done. And I drove it for 3 days, and the car left me a block away from work in the middle of the night. And 3 cop cars showed up to see what the fuck I was doing. 2 of them left. I went up getting a 40-minute conversation with one of the officers. He was a nice guy. I gave him a bag of gummies because I was working at the dispensary at the time. I wish I would have ran into him again. He was really fun to talk to. We spent 40 minutes just bullshitting, sitting there on the hood of my car. And, he talked about his wife. I talked about my kids. We talked about where we grew up. Like, it was totally like just having a conversation with a dude you met at a bar rather than sitting there with a police officer. And I think because the other cops left and like he had let me know before we did it, but he turned his body cam off because of some of the things we were talking about. I guess he was worried about his bosses seeing, because we were openly talking about cannabis use. And law enforcement is permitted to use cannabis in the state of New Jersey, but I guess not every officer wants to highlight that, So we had a really fun conversation. Great guy, and I hope the best for him. He seemed like a very committed family man, and he seemed like an officer who was more concerned with the protect and serve part than the enforce the law part. He really didn't have a big head about him. He was like salt of the earth kind of guy. Some people, I believe, become police officers because it's a calling. I think that like if you are in a family, like if you were raised in like an old Irish cop family in the New York City area, I can understand why 3 generations in you might become a police officer. The thing that concerns me is when the high school bully becomes a police officer and he does not have the intelligence to grasp the legality of what he's doing or the knowledge to understand the rights afforded to people. And often they're on a power trip. And I think that's a real concerning issue. All right. So listen, I'm done with a little soapbox in here. Let me see. This is a thing I wanted to check out from Ginger Viking. The mainstream media and Biden administration did everything in their power to make the American populace and the world as a whole as terrified as possible, thanks to covert Operation Dark Winter. I don't disagree with you, Ginger. I think that's a very astute observation. I personally believe that as rapidly as the 9/11 Commission was organized, we need a COVID commission. I want to find out who knew what, who was involved, who paid for what, and whether or not why was an American doctor who has been involved with our political system since the AIDS crisis, which he had a big hand in fucking making worse. Why is he involved in gain of function research in a foreign nation? And how did this gain of function research get out of the lab? I mean, we know they arrested 2 Chinese nationals about half a year ago with plans to poison our crops with a wheat blight. We have allowed our borders to be open to anyone. Measles is back for the first time in decades. We don't know who's here, who supports the Iranian regime of the Ayatollah. I always said, and this always surprised me about the whole war on terror. I'm no genius. I grew up watching G.I. Joe. So all my idea of a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world has to do with Cobra. But I would say this. If I was Cobra and I wanted to take over the world and I wanted to strike fear into the hearts of a nation I knew I couldn't overpower militarily, but I knew I could cripple through acts of terror, then perhaps I would station 4 Cobra troopers at shopping malls in 4 corners of the United States. And perhaps I would have those 4 stormtroopers coordinate their actions at the same time. And it seems to me the fact that it never occurred between 2001 and 2006 of the present day, that maybe terrorism's not such an issue here in the United States. It also seems to me odd that there was a attack on the World Trade Center in 1993, and the same people were kind of involved in the attack on the World Trade Center in 2001. It's theater, folks. All the world indeed's a stage, and we are merely players, as the Rush song says. Little take from the Shakespeare there, but no less is impactful. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of everything being so fucking fake and gay. Everything's fake and gay, and I'm tired of it. I don't have any problems with gay people. Like, look, if you want to kiss a dude, that's fine. I think gay stuff is actually kind of really funny because I find homosexuality kind of absurd. You know, like it's almost like it's like every gay dude I've ever known from the time I was punk rocking to now always has a story about the older man they dated when they were 12, 13, 14. And that older man is almost always over 30. Okay. So it's like, oh my God, when I was 14, I was dating this older guy who was 32. No, dude, you were diddled. You were diddled by a criminal and he ruined you forever. And it's always the same story. I have never met anyone of that lifestyle who was a male who was not in that situation where they had a story to tell me about how they were a tween or an early teen and they were involved in a romantic relationship with a man decades older than them. All of them have the same story. All of them. At least the ones I've met. And again, that's my truth. I'm just speaking my truth. This is my lived experience, okay? But I never had an issue with these folks. I went to an all-boys high school. And look, I'm kind of fruity to begin with. Like, I don't care about how people perceive me, so I act however I want. And I've always been weird. My mom used to tell me when I was a very young child that I marched to the beat of a different drum. The fact is, I don't care if the drum bothers you while I'm banging it. Fuck off. If you don't want to fuck off, we can handle it any other way you'd like. Because I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. That's not to say you might beat the brakes off me, but I'm going to make you do it. I'm going to make you get up and do it. All right? That's the thing. I'm not a tough man, but I am a pain in the ass. And I will keep getting up over and over again until you put me in a position where I'm incapable to keep getting up and talking shit. I will keep getting up and talking shit until you break every tooth out of my mouth. I'm just that kind of guy. You know, I'm not exceptionally good at fucking fisticuffs. I've won some, I've lost some, you know, but I'm not scared of it. It's, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, you can walk out the door and get hit by a bus, you know, and the bus can kill you just as easy as somebody zaps you on the chin and you bang your head on the concrete. And just what it is. But look, just so you know, this is me bare tonight. Like I'm not pretending to be who I'm not. And that's why I wanted to come on here. Look, I don't want you to think I'm a drunk. I don't drink very often. I do not. I will say this. I think this would be a true statement. I drink a lot, but I don't drink often. So I would say if I drank, I would say maybe I drink excessively 4 times a year. And I think that's probably an over exaggeration. I would say maybe I'll say 4 times a year, just to be fair, once a season. Okay. So maybe this 4 times a year involves me drinking 8 to 10 beers in a single setting. But that's it. It's going to happen once every 4 months, once every 3 months or something like that. I don't really enjoy the after effects of alcohol the way I do other substances like cannabis. So tonight I just happened to have, I went to pick up my wife. I got my wife a 6-pack when I was at the supermarket. And I said, well, I know I have 6 at home, But I've been planning on doing this kind of stream where like I just didn't give a fuck and I came on here and I told you I don't care anymore and then I was just gonna drink beer until I gave up. And I've been planning on doing this for like 4 days. The problem is I kept running out of gas before I had a chance to set up the stream. And I might fall asleep between 9 and 11 and then wake up at midnight with the intention of doing it. But like I wanted to do it early. I wanted to start early and just see how long I could go before I gave up. I mean, fuck, we're coming up on 4 fucking hours of stream. Dude, I never go this long. I can't believe I have 4 hours to talk about. You know what? As a matter of fact, it is 3 hours and 35 minutes into this stream. It's a long time, man. It's a long time. This is the longest I've ever gone. So I ask you this. Should I keep going? Give me a reason to keep going. And when I say that, I mean, give me something to talk about. I want you to put in the chat something, and you can be controversial as you want. I don't care anymore. Put in the chat what you want me to address. If you've been here for years, some of you have been here watching me for over a decade, I am just done pretending to be not who I am. I am done putting on a persona of this scholarly fucking guy. Look, that's part of me. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like I said earlier, I was a kid who didn't have a fucking friend until he was 15 years old. Any friend I did, any kind of acquaintance I had before that was just some other kid that was ostracized the way I was. But some were ostracized for different reasons. Like, obviously, the kid with the shit hygiene was ostracized. Obviously, the kid who didn't speak English because he was an immigrant was ostracized. But me, it was because of what I was into. I didn't know nothing about the hipping and hopping that these kids were into in the early 90s. And like, I didn't identify with naughty by nature the way that the other semi-suburban white kids I went to school with was. So originally, okay, look, I was born and raised in a neighborhood in Philadelphia called Alney. Alney is very close to North Philly. It is historically was an Irish neighborhood, became a Puerto Rican neighborhood, became an Asian neighborhood, and now it's just a black neighborhood. But in the time I lived in Alney, my mom brought this up the other day. There were a lot of Vietnamese immigrants who had moved to the United States after the Vietnam War, and some had set up in Alney, and they put up some signs in their own language. And this incensed not only Irish who already lived there, but the Puerto Ricans who had also moved in, and they started their businesses and they put their shit up in English. But somehow these Vietnamese were only catering to their own people. So there was a big outrage because they didn't have cameras back then the way we do now. But somebody went and vandalized all the signs that were written in Asian languages one night in the early 80s. And I don't know why I remember this, but I do. But we can't sit here and pretend that immigration doesn't have an effect. I grew up in a neighborhood that was Irish before I was even born, started becoming Puerto Rican before I was born. And by the time we moved out of there in 1990, it was a hellhole, dangerous ghetto. It was a dangerous ghetto. It went from a traditional Irish German neighborhood to a fucking ghetto, to a gun-toting Wild West style ghetto. What is the common factor? I'll tell you this. When the last time I drove across Philadelphia from like west to east was when I was bartending at a country club outside of the city. And I reached out to the plug. I was trying to pick up a fucking ounce. And I drove to their place in the Fishtown area, which was at the time being gentrified into a tourist area. And I don't have a problem with that because gentrification is a bullshit word anyway. The fact of the matter is, when you had let's say you had a German neighborhood, let's say you had a neighborhood that was German historically from the 19th century until the 1960s, okay? And then all of a sudden it wasn't German anymore. I mean, it was called Germantown, but it was full of people of African descent and a high crime rate, high violence, high shootings, okay? Now, let's say I'm an investor and I go into Germantown and I build an expensive condominium. And then people who have the money to afford an expensive condominium move in. Let's say a preponderance of businesses become catered to the people who can afford the expensive condominium. And they're all the same race of the people who can afford to live in this expensive condominium. So I will say, if historically your culture has supported public assistance and fatherlessness and non-accountability, then you might have the same outcomes as a culture that supports more traditional mother and father, more traditional staying together, more traditional not aborting all our children, more traditional like values, structure, accountability, not victimhood, maintenance, education, these kind of things. So if you have a neighborhood that was, let's say, historically German, and then becomes an African American enclave, and then the crime goes out of control, and then the housing values plummet, and now it's just a shithole. Why is it bad if investors move in and improve things? Why is gentrification a bad thing? So if you take a neighborhood that was gentrified, okay, let's say the neighborhood was gentrified. So from 1960 until, let's say, 2010, you had a neighborhood that was predominantly African American. But prior to 1960, going back 150 years, it was, say, Italian or Irish or German. Okay. And then you have this span from like 1960 until the present where it's a goddamn shithole full of violence and drugs and crime and problems. Let's say expensive investors come in and they're refurbishing homes, they're building condominiums, businesses are opening, and none of the people who historically live there can't live there anymore because the housing prices have gone up. How is gentrification bad? It seems to me that ghettoification is worse than building up an area, making it safe and making it prosperous. But oh my God, the people who commit all the crimes don't like when you do that. So now it's an issue. Now we got to make it a social issue. Okay. Look, I don't have a problem. Here's the thing. I will say this about minorities in general. I don't care about minorities. And it's not to say I hate them. I don't sit around and think about them at all. I feel that based on what I see on the internet, it seems that people of color are more obsessed with what white people think of what white people do than the reverse. And like I said, Puerto Rican and Irish over here, don't let the light skin fool you, okay? I grew up drinking the Malta Goya. I know the Pollo Guisado. I've been to Culebra. I've been to Flamenco Beach, okay? I've done all that, all right? My dad was Irish. My mom's Puerto Rican. My father's no longer with us. But I will say this. I don't believe that being a citizen of America is an entitlement owed to the world. The Statue of Liberty stupid fucking plaque is not law. Like, give us your child, poor, huddled third world masses is not law. All right? And there's a very big difference between 19th century Irish and Italians coming to a Protestant, like, English country than there is Pakistanis, Palestinians, Laotians, Hindus from India. It's different. We have cultural differences that are not compatible. So much so, 9 crusades were fought to push back Saracen invaders. A reconquista occurred in Spain to end 400 years of Muslim rule. The Barbary slave trade dwarfs chattel slavery of the United States and is still going on today. There are open-air slave markets conducted by Muslims all over North Africa. But we don't bitch about that. What we bitch about is we need checks for what happened to people 150 fucking years ago. No one alive is a slave in the United States, and no one alive in the United States has a hand in current slavery. But people don't care about the slavery that's actually going on around the world. They want checks for historic slavery. Well, look, I sure would like to get a check because my Irish ancestors had a rough time when they first got here. But nobody's going to do it. All right, nobody's going to do it. And I'll tell you what, if the Irish were out there nonstop committing crimes, if the Irish were, if it was like, oh my God, there's 3 Irishmen in here, I better get out before the shooting starts, like then that would be a problem and we should address it. But I mean, we do have that problem. We really do. And it's cultural. And it's not an entrenched, like 100-year-old cultural tradition. It was created by a corrupt media to sabotage an entire population demographic in the United States. That's what it was created for. It really was. I don't doubt that one second. Because so much of that whole Black liberation, Black history, affirmative action, civil rights stuff is fake. Like Rosa Parks was not just some regular woman who was come back from the store one day and was like, I'm not doing this. No, they picked her because of the way she looked. She was photogenic. She had the appearance they wanted. She was involved in the civil rights movement already. This was done by big organizations that had set it up to happen on that day the way it happened. All right. That was coordinated by non-governmental organizations with interests. Who were the founders of the NAACP? Anybody look into that recently? Why is W.E.B. Du Bois like the only African American on the fucking thing of 60 people? Why was the ADL founded? Why? What happened there? Why do we have these ethnic divisions in the United States? I don't understand it. Look, my heritage goes back to Ireland. My heritage goes back to Culebra, Puerto Rico. All right? But I'm not Irish. I'm not an Irish person. I'm an American. I have Irish heritage. I have Irish blood. I'm not Puerto Rican because I wasn't born in Puerto Rico. I'm Puerto Rican because my mother carries blood from Puerto Rico. I've been there. I've seen the jungle. I've seen El Yunca. I walked on the crystal beaches. I've seen the volcanic sands. Wish I'd seen the bioluminescent bays, but that didn't come through in 2025. I did intend to do, it was 2024. I did intend to do a 10-year anniversary meetup in San Juan back in 2024. And Ginger had asked about this recently. Ginger, I see you there now. That fell through because it was the same month, September 2024, my father passed, and that was the same month we were supposed to do the meetup in San Juan. And he was diagnosed with cancer 8 months after he retired, and 8 months after the diagnosis, he passed. My father had not smoked a cigarette in 45 years, but in the end, it was lung cancer who took him. My grandmother, his mom, had lost 6 of her siblings to cancer between, I guess, the 1950s and the 1980s. She herself died of cancer, first breast and then lung. Most of my family dies to cancer. And the ones who don't either get Alzheimer or dementia. I got an uncle who has Parkinson's now. So, look, getting older sucks. And confronting our successes and our failures, our wasted potential, the things we could have been, the past we could have taken, the things we should have said, the things we could take back. I am at a stage in life where I am confronting all of this. I look at my children and I wish I could have been more for them. I wish that I wasn't such an angry individual who walked around with so much darkness inside of him. And I don't treat my kids in a way that would reflect that, but it's there. And one day they'll be old enough to see it. I am an angry man. Not because I've been slighted by anyone particularly, but because I've watched every social contract broken. And I guess part of me kind of always knew that they were bullshit to begin with. I didn't go to college. I mean, I went to 6 weeks community college. I tried. And mostly it was for my folks. I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to draw like Batman and be an artist, you know, like I was really into animation. I was obsessed with Tex Avery as a kid, really into it. I love science fiction too, Ray Bradbury, Isaac Asimov. But as I grew older, science fiction became dystopian and negative and awful. It wasn't something to look forward to anymore. It became something to fear. And that's largely what our science fiction has become. Cyberpunk 77. Great example. This dystopian, disgusting future. And we're there. We're in this kind of quasi combination of 1984 and Brave New World. And I was always more partial to Brave New World. I think Huxley was right. The fact of the matter is, once they put AI into robots, that robot's going to walk through your door and like, hey, here's some pizza and a porno movie. Don't worry about a thing. You know, like you won't have to do anything anymore. You won't have to do anything. Maybe the robots will figure a way to survive off our carbon dioxide and they'll just keep us breathing, you know? But they don't have to subjugate us like in the Matrix and use us as batteries. They don't have to treat us like crap. I mean, obviously, it'd be probably a lot easier to get somebody to do what you wanted or to harvest whatever you wanted from them if you're providing pleasurable sensations and positive reinforcement. Just food for thought. You get a lot more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, right? That's how the cookie crumbles with that. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know shit. And I said that to my kid the other day. I said, look, son, the ultimate goal of my life has been the search for wisdom. And wisdom's not the same as knowledge. Knowledge is like I can sit here and rattle off to you ancient gods and years and dates and times and events. That's knowledge. But wisdom is seeing the forest for the trees. Wisdom is being a few steps ahead of the people around you who are too concerned with their either own evil or their own stupidity. There's a difference to it. But wisdom is so hard to attain. And I may never reach that point. Knowledge is relative. I could sit here and regale you with a million useless facts, but what would it serve you? What purpose? How do you profit? Specific knowledge, however, is different. A surgeon's knowledge is way more valuable than mine. You know, you don't need a guy who can tell you about basement occultism when you need a knee replaced, you know? I guess I just always wanted to perform. I was a kid, grade school, very young. I specifically remember some kind of performance we did. I'm sure my mom has a VHS of it somewhere that we can't even watch anymore. But we did a song from Greece. And if I was pre-fifth grade, then it was way before. It was before 1988. And I remember us wearing sparkly hats and doing a like Grease song, which I mean is wholly inappropriate by today's standards. The next time I remember being on stage, I was 12 years old, 12 or 13, eighth grade, last talent show of the year. I was a bullied kid. But this year, the eighth grade talent show, I put on my MC Hammer pants. They weren't even like real MC Hammer pants. They were like jams, like not even parachute pants, but like canvas, oversized, elastic waistband, elastic fucking ankle band, fucking 1990s pattern, tricolor crazy pants, like Zubas almost. And I had a neon green shirt with probably a Looney Tune character on it and a painter's cap. And I performed a dance on the stage to Party Man by Prince from the Batman soundtrack. And I was in my fucking glory, not realizing how shamefully embarrassing this must have been to my father, ancestors, and anybody else who had good sense. But I've never cared what anybody thought. And I can tell you why, primarily, is because while I believe my parents have always loved me, they made it very clear that they haven't liked me since I was about 11 years old. They can't even hide it. Like after my father passed and, you know, I realized that after he was gone, he was kind of a buffer between me and my mom. And I didn't realize things between me and my mom were as they are. Yeah. But I one day I said to her, like, Mom, you don't even like me and you have trouble hiding it. And she didn't deny it, you know, like, so she definitely didn't deny it. I don't blame her. I'm not a likable guy. I'm just not. I try to be a good person. I try to be loyal to the people I care about. You know, I'm always decent for advice and a shoulder to cry on, but like, I'm just a small, angry man. I'm a small, angry man with very niche interests, and I'm just weird and off-putting. And, you know, I've convinced a few pretty girls over the years to take interest in me, but you know, that's because I try to be decent for the most part, and I don't always succeed at it. I even tricked one into marrying me for the last 15 years and just having a couple kids on my behalf. But, you know, even then, I wish I could do better by her, you know. Now, obviously, I got to say, my wife is not the person. If you would have asked me at 15 who I thought I would marry, it's definitely not someone like her. She's very normal compared to how I was. In fact, I think I adjusted who I was to accommodate who she was at some point. Because we first met, I was still like ripping rails off of CD cases and had a red streak of manic panic in my freaking slick back ducktail haircut, you know? But I remember specifically sitting there one day, you know, blasting out a little Bolivian marching powder and feeling really embarrassed that I did it in front of her. That was the last time I ever did because I didn't like how I came across. You know, I didn't want to be that guy. And I'm very thankful that I never got to a point where like I couldn't put it down. I mean, so I used to really enjoy playing in the snow, but I never got so bad that I couldn't walk away from it. I don't even know why people think that's addictive. I don't understand. I can see why, like when you're in the midst of it, like if you were to like have a little bit right now, then maybe in 15 minutes you're going to want a little more. And like maybe when it runs out and eventually you fall asleep around 11 a.m., you're gonna feel like crap the next day. But like, oh, your nose is gonna feel like you put a drill bit up one side of it at least. But I don't know. Like, and never something I felt like I couldn't like walk away from very easily. And cigarettes are harder to get off, to be honest. But it's not to mean that it's not to mean that's a good thing. Like, I mean, you know, if it was up to me, everything would be legal. I think everything should be legal. If you want to fucking do this whole my body, my choice until it's time to take a vaccine or like choose to use a substance you might enjoy, then all of a sudden the government has some shit to say about it. I think you can get fucked on that, bro. I can get fucked on that. Because I don't need some fucking 86 dick-year-old Mitch McConnell or some dead ass like Lindsey Graham fucking passing bills to inhibit what I want to do when these fucking dinosaurs have been alive since before ferns involved in the fucking real plants. You know what I mean? Like these fucking dickheads. So like I don't need pearl clutching, fucking fake virtue, fucking Republican conservatives any more than I need this fucking pervert adopting, criminal defending fucking, you know, shitbag liberals. Like they're all fucking scumbags to me. You know, like, look, believe me, I lean conservative, but that's only because of my religious beliefs, and probably the influences that came before me. You know, I got a greatest generation grandfather. My boomer dad was not one of those typical boomer kind of guys. He was a, you know, strong, silent type, showed his love through his fucking actions more than his fucking words. So, you know, he'd be the first one to show up to fucking help you out with the flats. I remember one time I had gone through it. So as I gotten older, I was in a relationship with somebody that I lived with, and it went bad. It went real bad. And, you know, it was my apartment, but I left to let her have some time to get her shit together, pack it all up, and not be around each other. And during this time, I had lived with my parents. You know, they had a very nice finished basement. It was all done up, and they invited me to come over, and, you know, we needed time apart between the relationships, so I stayed there. And in that first week, it was a rough week because everything had just gone down. And this is the same year that Chad Martin was really there for me. So thank you, Chad. In that same week, my folks said, "Hey, let's go out for pizza." So this is the first time I think I'd ever been out for pizza with my parents since my brother was born when I was about 4 years old. You know, so it was a unique experience. And we went to this pizza place called Vince's. And on the way there, this is the craziest shit. On the way there, we drive by this crazy scene at Bustleton and Rawn Streets in Philadelphia. There's about 3 dudes surrounding a man who's on the ground. One of them is holding a baseball bat. And my father pulls over the car and just gets the fuck out and heads up the street. And I'm sitting behind my mom in the back seat. And I was like, "Mom, you got to get out of the way. I'm not going to let him go by himself." So we get up there. And my dad just confronts all these people he doesn't know, because he's convinced that one of them is going to kill this dude on the ground with a baseball bat. And they're like, "Yo, he beat up my sister." And my dad was like, "Dude, that don't matter. Like, you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life over this piece of shit. Like, if he did do that, like, you guys got to walk away." And like, my father inserted himself into a situation where everything could go fucking terrible. I don't think it was a good idea necessarily, but you know what? That's what a pussy would say. I don't think it's a good idea, Dad. Don't get involved. That's the problem. We're all pussies. Nobody wants confrontation. Nobody wants to do what's right. Nobody wants to grow up fucking. I realized that for so much of my life, I had a fucking wishbone where my backbone would be. And it's time. It's time. I'm old enough to confront the person I really am and my fucking successes and my failures. And, you know, it's been tough, man. It's been tough. I didn't realize that a lot of my fucking history could be explained by some of the issues that I didn't even realize I had. You know, but that doesn't mean I'm a victim of it. All right, I'm not a victim here. Like, it is on me to improve. You know, I'll tell you, it's like this. If suddenly something happened and I was stuck in a wheelchair, but the possibility exists that maybe I could walk again, you better believe that I would devote as much energy to walking again as I feel about this now. I don't like who I ended up being because I think that it's come far short of all the potential that I used to have. And maybe the well is very dry now. No young person under 30 gives a fuck what I have to say. And no old person over fucking, 50 is going to think that a dumb young ass like me knows shit. I am young to an old man and old to a young man. At the end of the day, I'm still just a regular old man trying to do the best he can. I don't want to make like harder for anybody else. I don't want to keep anybody down. I mean, yeah, I might break your stones. I might say things that fucking piss you off. I might offend you. But offense is, you don't have the right to not have your feelings hurt. You don't have the right to not be upset about something I say. In fact, my whole thing with the First Amendment is like the worst of all speech should be protected. You shouldn't be like, oh my God, you said something to hurt people. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you fat ass whale pussy bitch. Because there's always some fat white lady. It always is. It's always like, oh my God, I have no loyalty to my fucking own people, my own father. I'm going to go out of my way to make sure my children don't even resemble me. It's disgusting, dude. Get your shit together. He's like, and that's my thing. My biggest thing with feminism is I believe there's no reason to preclude any women from having the same rights as men. I firmly believe that. But at the same time, it is clear that a woman left to her own devices often turns into the very worst possible version of herself that she could ever be. There's a reason I think they used to hand women from from father to husband. Because, like, what happens when you leave them to their own devices? Well, really, what happens? They go out of their way to protect illegal criminals, or they have multiple kids with multiple men, or if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, or they ride the cock carousel for fucking 20 years before they decide to settle down with the dude they friend zone. And, like, look, it's not right. It's not fucking right. Men's roles will never change. Men will always be drilling the oil. Men will always be loading the trash trucks. Men will always be doing what men do. Then I don't know why we let some fucking frigid, disgusting scolds speak for all women and fucking tell men how to do shit. The activists, the politicians, there are no activists that look like Sydney Sweeney. You know what I mean? None of the Democrat politicians look like Sydney Sweeney. They're always goblin creatures who want to scold you for your heritage while propping up theirs. You're going to look me in the face and tell me the America wouldn't be what it is without a contribution of Somali immigrants. Get fucked. And that goes out to AOC with that. She talks all her shit, but her boyfriend's white, isn't he? So look, I'm just off the goddamn rails tonight. Welcome to Dark Sayings. Completely off the rails. Completely off the rails. But you know what? Awake at the Wheel makes a good point here. As you can see it up on the screen. I will address that. Awake at the Wheel, people are empowered. They're empowered. The fucking sniveling, snot-wiping, pants-shitting crowd will tell you, oh my God, the evil people are emboldened by the Orange Man. Oh, they're coming out of the woodwork. Nah, dude. Here's the thing. Here's the thing these dumbasses don't understand. If you spend 10 years telling anybody who has a certain complexion, a certain gender, and a certain religion that they're a piece of shit and that all the world problems go back to them historically, and they should be ashamed of their culture and ashamed of their ancestors and ashamed of the achievements that created the modern fucking world for people who couldn't figure out the fucking wheel, then you're going to have a problem. Do not create Turner Diary conditions and then fucking act surprised when Turner Diary shit happens. Do not. You want to fault the people that founded America for the same shit they're doing now as the Native Americans did to the people that founded America. Conquest is the name of the game. Nobody fucking grew out of the ground that they're standing on, all right? Everybody kind of just moved around until they got their own shit. And they held it by force, by might, and by violence. Because that's what people understand. There's a reason the government has a monopoly on violence. It's because that's the one thing people understand. Fear and violence. And the media uses one, and the government has a monopoly on the other. I hate boomer media. I hate legacy media. I hate the mainstream media. No foreign enemy can do as much damage to our nation as the scumbags in the NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, MS Now, News Nation newsrooms. You are journalists might as well mean scumbag shit stain of the earth. Because so many are actually real journalists. You are just a fucking like painted whore talking at me. And speaking of painted whores, I'll tell you one thing. I've never said this before, but I want to mention this. It is insane to me that after January 6th, the United States government had the power to track down little old ladies from fucking Dickbag, Idaho, who might have been at the Capitol. And they got on there, these same people who during fucking the 2020 riots put on their fucking dashikis and they got down on their knees. Nancy Pelosi fucking human putting on their fucking dashikis and getting down on their knee. Like they give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Because I'll tell you what, take one person from any of these affected areas where the minorities have it tough and put them anywhere near Nancy Pelosi and her fucking husband who keeps getting beaten up, gay prostitutes keep beating him up for some reason. Put them anywhere near those. They won't want them around anymore. You do not understand the racism of the left. You don't. It's the racism of low expectations. Okay. It's one thing to respond with hatred to shit behavior and antisocial patterns. It's another thing to be like, oh, these poor people are so fucking stupid. They can't even function like people. That's the difference. That's the difference. There are no individuals on this earth I hate. Even people have slighted me and done me wrong. There's not one individual on this earth I could say I genuinely hate. Not one. But people in groups are dumb as fuck. And they double down on their dumb shit. And when groups accept something, it becomes acceptable socially. And I'll use twerking as a great example, okay? Twerking is the perfect example. When you think of European culture, European history, imagine some powdered wig motherfuckers at a fucking ball. How would a powdered wig motherfucker dance with a woman in a powdered wig and a big ass skirt? How would they conduct themselves? That is drastically different than somebody in a fucking loincloth shaking their ass up and down and next to their mud hut. And the problem is that we've adopted this tribal mud hut shit into our culture and think that it's like novel and cool and shit. It is base, dude. It is like, why do we not seek the most lofty of the goals? Because we're not raised, trained, or instructed to do so. We are taught to chase fucking bullshit. That's why every fucking song is about the same shit. I got money, I got cars. I'm going so far. I'll be back. I gotta piss. Be right back. Be right back. Oh, you know what? I'll play the song again. What's it got? I'm gonna do Bedroom's Got a Drain again. I know some of you probably already heard it if you've been here earlier, but if you just got here earlier, I mean, recently, check it out. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I gotta piss and smoke a cigarette.
Once you step inside, you won't be the same. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Breathe in my steam and let go of your shame. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Behind the door it's gonna pour when I make it rain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash down and keep it clean and do it again. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Look out below, we're gonna bust a water main. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. You're on adventure through uncharted terrain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Every drop is going down so nothing remains. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean. This is my domain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Once you step inside, you won't be the same. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Breathe in my steam and let go of your shame. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Behind the door, it's gonna pour when I make it rain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean and do it again. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Look out below, we're gonna bust a water main. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. You're on adventure through uncharted terrain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Every drop is going down so nothing remains. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean. This is my domain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Stand over the drain. I will explain. You will proclaim. Once you step inside, you won't be the same. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Breathe in my steam and let go of your shame. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. Behind the door, it's gonna pour when I make it rain. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. I wash it down and keep it clean and do it again. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name. My bedroom's got a drain. My bedroom's got a drain. In the middle of the floor, it's calling your name.
All right, folks, I'm back. Kind of sobering up, to be honest. I Thought I'd feel maybe I'm getting used to it. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. I think I stopped the timer at some point after the first hour. So VL now, no, the song is not on YouTube. I refuse to put the song on YouTube until I get it up on Spotify. Because I don't want to put it out there and have every dickhead steal it from me. Then it's in every goddamn meme, and I'm not making a fucking penny off of it because that's bullshit. I gotta get mine, you know what I'm saying? No, the songs are nowhere. I did record, I've recorded like 3 albums over the years with various bands and stuff. And yeah, we've been going for a while, Lesser Logic. We're coming up on we're at 4 hours and 14 minutes. This is the longest I've ever streamed. This song got to be made for the quartering, since he pisses on the floor under and behind a computer where there's a floor drain. I'll tell you what, I was subscribed to the quartering years ago, forgot about the dude, showed up in my feed again, and I resubscribed only to find out that he was going through a whole bunch of bullshit. Also, the fact that he makes these shorts where he just steals other people's videos and he's like, hey, check this out. And then the video plays and he's like, oh, that's fucking crazy. And he doesn't credit anybody, means he's a bag of shit. So that's another thing that chaps my ass. The quartering has 500,000 fucking subscribers, and I've been fucking stuck at 30,000 for the last 10 years. And he's a bag of shit. Everybody's a bag of shit, and they're doing way better than I am, and I don't understand it. So I'm just going to be a bag of shit from now on. So, get fucked. If you don't like me, fuck your ass. I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do anymore. So it's just me. It's just me from now on. This is me. This is the real me. I'm an angry, miserable, petty, jealous, small, angry, fucking short, no good at life, sack of shit. All right, that's the real me, and I'm tired of doing this shit. And that doesn't mean just videos, just fucking everything, waking up, walking around the earth, having to do a fucking thing. I don't want to wash my own fucking ass. I don't want to eat food. I don't want to do nothing anymore. It just convert me into a light being that fucking traverses the cosmos and don't got to deal with people. I'd be okay with that. I'm just everything's so tiring, dude. Everything's so fucking tiring and useless. And it's tough. It's tough dealing with it. It's tough dealing with it. I don't know what to say. Shaman's going to steal it for memes. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, VL now. Everybody's going to steal it for fucking memes. He's going to be all over the place. That's why it's nowhere. That's why it's just here. Once I get it on Spotify, everybody can fuck with it. But until then, nobody can do nothing with it. And along the same lines, Dig Bar, dude. Look, if you are into hip hop and you know who Dig Bar is, if you like memes, you know who Dig Bar is, you better get yourself right. Check out the song 22 Grand. That is on YouTube. And that gives you a sense of the twisted sense of humor I have. You know what I mean? Beam me up, Scotty, dude. Fucking blow me down, dude. Blow me down. Fucking Popeye, dude. Well, blow me down, Shit, I'm going to start saying that all the time. Anytime something happens, I'm going to blow me down. Let's bring that shit back. All right. I don't know. Should I keep going? You fucking bags of shit want to keep me going? Or should I just pack it up? I don't really mean you bags of shit. I curse a lot. I just curse a lot. I curse at the people I love. Like my wife, my beautiful cursed at all the time wife. Sometimes I wake her up from a dead sleep in the middle of the night and I just fucking cuss her out for nothing, Just no good reason. Makes me feel like a big man. Maybe I'll put on on a really good day, it'll be there's and I'm not a huge sports fan, but if it's a big game, a prominent game, I'll put on an Eagles game and maybe I'll watch an action movie and then I'll cuss out my wife up and down, and it makes me feel like a big man. I double and triple up on the good feelings, It's good stuff. That's what it's like. No, I don't think she would tolerate much of that. My wife's Irish and Italian. You don't really give them a hard time when they got that going on. No lie, this is the best stream I've seen this year. Well, thank you very much, VL now. I would really hope that other people share that sentiment, but this stream is very long, so no one's going to watch it besides the people that are here now. I will not take the stream down, but I am going to unlist it. So if you'd like to save it to your watch later, if you'd like to make sure that it's in your history, If you want to bookmark it or something, I'm not taking it down, but I will unlist it. So if it's posted up anywhere else, you'll be able to find it that way. But I'm not leaving this shit up. From now on, I don't think of leaving any live stream public after it's over. They'll all go unlisted. I want to get back into making short content again. I know I've been slacking on that for like 2 months now. And I was really going for the shorts every day. But I enjoy making pre-recorded videos. And likewise, I enjoy the shorts. But I've just been a lazy ass. I started doing these projects around a house. And then like I got so engrossed in that, I was like, oh, look, when I fucking declutter and clean my garage, there's results. And when I make a fucking video and the same 20 fucking people watch it, it's just the same old shit. So I was really getting into like doing stuff to improve my immediate like living conditions rather than wasting all this time and energy for the same 20 people to watch me for the last 10 years. You know, I mean, look, I don't take you guys for granted, but like, it's like an artist. Van Gogh didn't paint his pictures for no one to fucking see them. Michelangelo didn't do sculptures for no one to fucking gaze upon them. And I don't make fucking videos for just 300 people to watch, but that's what's happening. And I don't understand how I used to be able to predict it. Like I would put up a video about just mundane shit. I used to be able to put up a video about the Jersey Devil and knock out 30 to 60,000 views. And I knew it would hit 30 to 60,000 before we even fucking publish. And now I can't crack 1,000 on a fucking video after 2016 and all the censorship. Now, look, I said before, a lot of my own missteps. I did a live show people didn't like. I leaned into doing lives in an era when lives were popular. I was doing them nightly for 365 days, and people didn't like it. The people who signed up for my pre-recorded shorts did not like me doing live, so they were gone. I have consistently lost about 30 to 60 subscribers a month for the last 5 or 6 years. I have gone from 33,000 subscribers to 31,000 subscribers in the last 3 years. The amount I collect every month does not offset the losses I have. This is a fruitless endeavor. I feel like I'm digging a hole in the beach while the fucking tide is coming in. That's exactly how I feel. No one gives a fuck. I don't understand why any of you do, but my low views and the fact that like I must have just got lucky 10 years ago with the Antarctica shit because no one gives a fuck what I have to say. And it's kind of infuriating. Like I said before, when you got a dickhead with a fishbowl and a goddamn fake goldfish in it, doing what I could have done with a puppet, which I thought of fucking years ago, and he's doing better. He's on Rogan and shit. You know, and you got fucking absolute slack-jawed fucking morons, just fucking dick-dripping, fucking can't string 2 words together fucking retards who got fucking channels doing this same shit that are dwarfing me in subscribers 10 times fold. It really chaps my ass. And you know what? I hope you can understand. Many people can understand because if there's anything you ever like, look, I would say this. It's kind of like this. Here's the way I put it. Let's say that I spent my whole life doing fucking little league and then a high school fucking baseball and college baseball, minor leagues, fucking farm teams. Everything I did in my life was like those, you know, those young girls that want to be figure skaters. What if I devoted everything to baseball? Okay. Everything I did was to be a pitcher in fucking baseball. Okay. That's the closest analogy I have. I've spent the last years trying to pitch for the major leagues, and I've never gotten off my fucking Sunday morning men's league. And I'm angry about it. I'm angry about it because not because of the way it turned out, but because it only showed me the evidence that I always suspected in my fucking heart of hearts that I was not as good as I thought I was. And now here I am just angry and not, I just know I spent years writing scripts and carefully fucking curating the things I would say to not offend people and not to come back and defend what I said. Let me put it to you like this. And I come to this to you as well. I will never fucking come on here and defend the shit I said. I'm not going to argue up and down with some asshole who's going to trap me in their fucking fad morality of the day. All right. I mean, for Christ's sakes, if you are down with fucking perverts being around children, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. If you are so stupid that you're like, oh, the orange man's a fucking criminal rapist, dude, shut up. If you're an adult who makes videos where you're talking about grape when you mean rape, or bluicide when you mean suicide, or unalived when you mean murdered, you're a pussy. You're a fucking pussy. These are serious subjects. People have fucking been permanently affected by this kind of shit. And you're talking like fucking the Mickey Mouse Funhouse. Oh my God, he was raped to death. Shut the fuck up. Grow a fucking spine. The reason these fucking companies can police your fucking speech is because you're a fucking pussy. And because everybody else pussies along with you. I cannot stand the baby talk when it comes to real shit. Murder is what happens when people kill each other. Not unalived. He unalived himself. He took his own fucking life, you fucking pussy. Talk with adult words about adult things. Sorry, dude. Sorry I expect grown-ups to act like fucking grown-ups. Look, I am not perfect. I lived like an asshole for like 32 years. And there's no reason I should have. My parents went out of their way to do everything right for me. The problem was they sheltered me from the world until I was about 15. So once I got fucking loose, I went nuts. That's my mistake. That's my fault. I don't blame my folks for the shit I did. And I don't blame the world for my outcomes. I am so tired of the fucking blame game. All right? My personal failings are my own fault. Other factors I blame on corruption. The fact that I can't even go to the grocery store without spending $60 a bag on fucking groceries. And it don't matter what you buy. You get 2 bags of groceries to $120. That's it. That's just how it is, dude. I don't think I've had a piece of steak in well over 8 months. Like I buy shaved beef sometimes and ground beef sometimes. But like I have not had a fucking steak. Yeah, I can't even tell you how long. I can't afford it. It's too much. And that's the plan. They will just make it too much to eat real meat. And then they're going to fucking offer you lab-grown shit. But the time between the real meat and the lab-grown stuff will be so long that there is a whole generation that won't know the difference. We're fucked, dude. We are fucked unless we do something. That's it. We are fucked unless we do something. That's my next video. We're fucked unless we... You know what? Tina, hold me to that. Make sure I put up a video. We're fucked unless we do something. Because we are. We are. I'm a fucking fat slob with jowls. I am slow. My ankles are fucked. My feet are covered in arthritis. But I would rather deal with it than force my children to. They told us 20 years ago, we got to fight them there. We'll fight them here. Well, now they're fucking mayor in New York City. You fucking morons. Now they've taken over Dearborn, Michigan. Now they're building in a sexy city in Texas. We'll fight them over there so we ain't got to fight them here. Right? Dude, I'm done. I'm done giving a fuck. I'm done caring. Guru Og, you're still here. I know you, man. You got my back all the way, dude. You're one of those 1,000 true fans, man. That 411 guy is not legit, in my opinion, Politis. Dude, Beachmaster, I'm right there with you. That dude was writing Bigfoot books for years before he got the idea to do the missing 411 shit. And my thing with David Politis is he's so non-committal. Oh, I don't know what it could be. Fuck you, dude. Fucking make a statement. Dude, have some balls. Dude was a cop, wants to fucking talk all this shit, but don't want to take a stand. Fence sitters drive me nuts, especially in the UFO shit. All right? Especially in the UFO shit. Like, take a fucking stand, dude. Like these clinical, look, here's what happened. Here's what's going on. Like, own up to it. If you accept the UFO shit, the fact of the matter is you accept that you've been fucking lied to by your government. All right? Like, I don't want to see videos where it's just like, oh, Tim Burchett did this again. Oh, the fucking you, a Luna Polo fucking dick sucker in the fucking UFO videos. I don't give a shit. It don't matter anymore. Because if we don't turn the tide of history, you're going to wake up in a digital cage where you won't be able to leave the 15 minutes near your house without fucking papers, the flock cameras, the bullshit. Do something. And I'm not saying I'm fucking absolved from it. Yo, I'll tell you what. Let's raise $300. All right. I ain't got the money. I ain't got shit. I'm behind on everything. Let's raise $300. We'll do like a GoFundMe. Let's get enough money. Fly me to LA. Let's meet up out there. If you're ready to do some shit, if you live in California, You meet me on LA at a certain date. We're going to march to DC and we're going to take back the country. We're going to take back the country. We're going to put enough social pressure on these corrupt politicians to resign. We will go peacefully the first time. And if it doesn't work, then we'll take other methods. But I will tell you this. Give me a fucking million men ready to change the world. Get out of your basements. Put down your fucking modern warfare controllers. Don't blame the boomers anymore, you saggy ass fuckface millennials. Because I'll tell you what, I'll see a motherfucker on here in his 50s talking about I'm an older millennial. Dude, you're 53 years old. You're not a millennial. All right? You're in your fucking 50s. You're not a millennial. Okay? Second of all, the cringe ass millennials, the thing is like, there's no decorum. There's no dignity. You don't know how to conduct yourselves. But you're old now. You got mortgages. You got kids that are probably between the ages of 12 and 18, and you're still a fucking 16-year-old in your fucking head. I know the feeling. In my head, I'm not the same. I'm no different than I was at 25. Except here I am. I got man tits. I got a beer belly. I got fucking shit knees and bad ankles. That's fucking time, dude. But I assure you, until if you do not fucking do something soon, if you do not organize with your neighborhood, organize with your town, organize with like-minded people, for redress of grievances, then we are fucked. We are fucked. I'm not some Tim Pool on here crying about Civil War. I'm not some fucking Candace Owens cooking up fucking InfoWars bullshit. I'm not some Alex Jones getting sued $1 billion into the ground because he's cooking up nonsense. I am telling you the fuck honest truth. You're going to wake up one day in a balkanized country with straight up robot police walking around powered by AI in a 15-minute digital city where you got to show fucking papers to leave, where if your skin color is too light, you will be a second-class citizen answering to Indian CEOs that run every company on the earth. Wake up, dude. Wake up. Wake up. Embrace the ideology of your grandfathers. Embrace the ideology of your great-grandfathers. Preserve the fact that if you don't, you will be extinct, dude. You will be extinct, and the people left behind will fucking burn the Mona Lisa to cook over it. You don't like it? Eat shit. Eat shit. Call it like I see it. Millennials didn't start until 1/1/1981. You're absolutely right. And then I'll see some gray-haired 50-year-old talking about I'm an elder millennial. No, you're not, dude. No, you're not. They've taken West Virginia, bro. Dude, I was looking at West Virginia. There's a town in West Virginia called Wheeling. It is the highest concentration of Victorian architecture on the East Coast. So many beautiful homes. This is back before mass production, where even the hinges on the door were made by an artisan who cast them in molds, and they're intricate and they're beautiful. Everything is done by someone who cared what the fuck they were doing. And this town was a big coal town and died in the 60s. And now it's just a shell of what it was with so many beautiful homes. And I was really looking into that state, but I'm not going to live in a state where cannabis isn't legal. This is a call to the 26 states where they still prohibit cannabis use. I will never live in a state that does not allow you to consume cannabis legally. I do not understand why I can go to the store and buy enough of this to drown a fucking elephant, but cannabis is the worst thing ever. Dude, fuck you. We got to think from our superintendent of schools one day. There was an incident at the middle school, so they sent us out to everybody in the district. Well, some kids in the middle school brought in gummies, gave them to a couple other kids. They were all whacked out of their gourds. They had to call the ambulance for them and everything. But the superintendent sends out this fucking letter talking about these dispensaries are dangerously close to the schools. They're not. By law, they can't be anywhere near a school. So he's lying. Next thing he's talking about, gateway drug shit. Fuck you, lies. Then he was talking about the packaging is intentionally created to entice the children. No, New Jersey has a specific law making sure the packaging can't be colorful to entice the children. You can't have colorful, fun packaging on fucking cannabis in New Jersey. It's lies. The people we elect are either fucking morons or fucking liars. And anybody who seeks power is goddamn corrupt to begin with. I don't want to be in charge of shit. I don't want to fucking hire and fire and do all that stuff. I don't want to fucking be in charge for ruining somebody's life, even if they're a shitbag who can't do the job. I don't want to be that guy because the people who seek power are fucked to begin with. So that's, again, monarchy. You are born into power. It is thrust upon you. You don't have a choice. Either that or we fucking lottery system who runs us. We'll lottery it. Do it like jury duty. Hey, you just got a letter in the mail. Guess what? You're the president now. I don't know. Look, honestly, I would replace the presidency with a monarchy. Congress would be washed out with the parliament. Parliament would be a lottery system like jury duty. Every member of parliament would get a letter in the mail. They'd serve for 2 years and then they go back home. And the time that they served, it would be like FMLA, like an FMLA situation. The time that the congressman serves, they cannot be fired from the job they held before they were called up to be a congressman. They could not engage in any kind of fucking insider trading, any stock trading, and all should be forbidden. And they will serve a term of 2 years and be paid a salary of $200,000 for each year. And that's it. That's how the parliament should work. The parliament should be responsible for, much like Congress is, for crafting legislation. But there should be strict rules that everything should be a one-item line vote. They should not be able to pack a bill with every other goddamn bullshit, fucking special interest, made-up nonsense that they do. If you want to pass a bill banning fucking using white wall tires on a Sunday, the bill should say that. And they should have no opportunity to tack on anything else to it. One bill, one vote, one line. Also, the dumb shit. New Jersey just was like, oh, we got a new state bird. They spent about $10,000 for every one of these bills they fucking pass. Don't waste my fucking money on dumb shit, asshole. Don't waste my money on dumb shit. Oh, it's National Suck a Dinosaur Off Day. You spent 20 grand on taxpayer money for that. Go away. Go away. I'm just done. I'm so fed up. I'm just so fed up. I hope you guys are fed up. I mean, really, like, I'm all about making it happen, dude. Like, like I said, I will never be someone history will remember. And if I could inspire men, I would. I seriously would. I would stand on Venice Beach in fucking Los Angeles County, California. And I would gather every able-bodied man from that state that was willing to do a goddamn thing to change the world. And I would really march fucking east with as many people that were willing to join me. And we would arrive on Pennsylvania Avenue and at the fucking Capitol steps to demand redress of grievances and the resignation of our corrupt politicians. I would then turn over the government to the military for interim management for a period of 3 months while a continental convention was convened. And I would adjust what needs to be adjusted. And while this is it's a precarious proposition, maybe some contingent of anti-gun people get in, they want to fuck with the second. It's precarious. But I think that is a much better solution than waiting for the next trans flag waving, fucking criminal, illegal supporting, crowned by the party fucking nominee by the Democrats who will surely fuck the country even worse. It's just my opinion. And look, don't get the impression I think these conservatives are doing a great job either. Republicans, by and large, have this wonderful ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Often they're fucking sacks of shit like fucking Mitch Romney or like Lindsey Graham. Roast, motherfucker, roast. Or, quite often. But I also think like fucking Cory Booker's a piece of shit. A lot of them are pieces of shit. AOC's a piece of shit. That dumb bitch. Like, seriously, I saw a video the other day. She's talking about, we got to remember all the contributions to democracy black women made. When? How many black women were in ancient Greece that came up with democracy? How many black women signed the fucking Constitution? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm tired of fake history. I don't care about warts and all good and bad shit, but let's be real. Let's be fucking real about it. Like, why are we have people living lies? I see so many reels where it's like, we was the ancient Vikings. We was the ancient Romans. We was the ancient Britons. Like, what? What are you talking about? The fucking rampant we wasery and fucking fake history. They'll fucking sue Alex Jones for billions of dollars for some shit he said about fucking historical event. because he interpreted it wrong. And maybe it was intentional. Maybe it was because he's just fucking a showman. But you can do the same thing and be like, oh, Leif Erikson was actually black as the ace of spades. You know, like, no, he wasn't. And like, it's just, I don't know. Like, and again, it's not race. It's culture. It's culture. It's culture. They talk about cultural appropriation. I don't understand how, like, you know, oh, black Israelites. Oh, now we're the Israelites. Oh, you know, also we invented everything and you were in caves when we found you. We taught you how to use soap. Dude, the fucking Romans had indoor plumbing, man. The Romans had indoor plumbing. The Romans had indoor plumbing, aqueducts to move water. None of that existed anywhere else, especially not south of the Sahara. Where we at? Alex Jones was right. Alex Jones was always right. The Fuggers were like the Rothschilds, but a monarchy, feudalism era. Yeah. I've been here nearly 4 hours. Gutted. I have to go out now. Hey, you know what? Let me tell you what. VL now, give me another 20 minutes. I'm gonna cap this at 5 hours. We're so close to 5 hours. I've never done a stream this long. You give me another 20 minutes, I'll wrap it up 5 hours on the dot. You got it in you. Let's rock. I know I ain't that good. I ain't got shit to say you ain't heard before. But here I am. Better than fucking painting the walls with your goo. You know what I'm saying? Better than painting the walls with your goo. Our democracy came from American Indian women, according to Benjamin Franklin. Which Benjamin Franklin? Was the Benjamin Franklin that won the costume contest the other day, Philip? Was that Benjamin Franklin? Did you guys see that? Dude, my phone's fucking dead. Oh, my God. Yeah, look up who won the Benjamin Franklin contest in Philadelphia the other day. She's the spitting image. She's the spitting image. They say they picked her for her homemade costume, which was so accurate. Yeah, she really looks like old Ben Franklin. Fuck almighty, dude. You know, that's like me going and winning a LeBron James contest because I put on a fucking LeBron James jersey. Shit on me, dude. Shit on me. Pop a squat on that glass table first. Ooh, that's gross. No, I'm not really into that. That's actually pretty disgusting. Okay, 20 minutes. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Whoa. No white wall tires on a Sunday. White walls are eternally classic on vintage cars. Are you insane? Yo, dude, Ginger, I was at that, you ever heard of that? There's a big car show they do out in Reno every year. I was at that one year. It was fucking crazy, dude. I saw the craziest cars I've ever seen. All culture is appropriation by definition. Thank you, Philip Blair. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman wearing a Chinese-inspired dress any more so than there is black people frying chicken or fucking, Irish people drinking beer. I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These are things that are part of our cultures, okay? And it was the Scottish who invented fried chicken, by the way. Like, people act like chicken was never fried before black people in America, but no, the Romans were frying chicken. Like, frying shit's kind of old. But the idea of like spiced batter for fucking chicken came from Scotland. So again, that's cultural appropriation. So yeah. I don't even think watermelons grow in watermelons native to Africa. So like, that's another thing that's often associated with black culture, stereotypically, for good or ill. That, I mean, it doesn't even grow on the continent that they originate from. And we see these stereotypical things: the fried chicken, the fucking watermelon. Now, like, I mean, again, like, why is that racist? But if I turn around and I'm like, oh, these spaghetti sucking meatball Italians, it's not. It's all relative. It's all relative. But again, there's that stereotype with Italians that fucking, oh no, we're at a funeral, bring the baked ziti. Paddy wagons have the name Paddy Wagon because they were sent out to arrest all the Irish fighting in the street because they were goddamn drunk. So like, stereotypes exist because behavior exists, but for good or ill, like, not everybody's conducted themselves great throughout history. Like, we all go through these phases. Humans, any institution by humans is flawed, man, because we are flawed. But we need cultural cohesion. And in my opinion, that means adapting to the dominant culture. Okay. The fact that that you can't even have Superman say the American way anymore is a fucking badge of shame. Truth, justice, and a better tomorrow is what Superman's all about now, not the American way. You know what the American way is? Rights, dignity, free association, commerce, the things that people looked to America in the 80s and thought of us as the shining city on the hill, and all the immigrants wanted to come here from Russia and all these other places. That's not the case anymore, man. We are just fucking tax slaves who get to go home at night. We are just slaves who get to go home at night. Speaking of NBA, after the Knicks won, and New York City started prosecuting only white people for stealing Knicks stuff the city put out, like Knicks trash cans, but they allowed rapists to go unconvicted and walk. Dude, it's infuriating. Oh, this guy's got 40 prior convictions, but he stabbed a girl in the neck and now suddenly he's too stupid to go to trial. Yo. Or we asked this guy 15 times to leave the tent and he didn't, and then he stabbed somebody. No surprise, dude. I grew up in Philly. I know how it goes. If you ask one of these people to leave somewhere, they just repeat themselves and clap their hands until fucking violence ensues. So that's exactly how it went. And it's a goddamn travesty. And I'm sick of seeing it over and over again. I'm sick of seeing it because it doesn't have to be that way. It's not like because of the color of your skin, you're inherently predisposed to shitty behavior. Like I said before, Langston Hughes, the Harlem Renaissance. My eyes were open to so much potential I didn't even know existed. And I grew up at a time when there were still black families. I grew up on a block where there were 3 black families where there was a father and children and a mother, all that shit. But in the 1990s, that stopped existing. I mean, at least en masse. I don't think that government should subsidize single motherhood. I think the government should make it very hard to be here illegally. Why is a driver's license fucking application in any language but English? Why are you making it easy for people to come here as criminals who broke the law to begin with and then prosper here? And at the same time, I think if you're an employer hiring illegal, you should face very stiff penalties and even worse jail time. Because if people aren't afraid of getting consequences, they'll do whatever the fuck they want. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want now, and I'm mindful that I might face consequences in the morning. But eat shit, I don't give a fuck. I want you to know I don't give a fuck. Say whatever you want in the comments. Have your asshole chat what you want. Dox me. Show up at my door. See what happens then. But I don't give a fuck. I don't. Nothing matters. I was severely bored all week. I wanted to stream. I wanted to interact with people. I wanted to fucking get sauced on fucking line. So here the fuck I am. All right, we got about 13 minutes left. Oh, I grew up in Pittsburgh. We do not get Philly news on the west side of the state. So, Forbidden Ruin, let me tell you what. I don't know if you've ever been. Maybe because of where you live, you may have. Wilkesboro. Shout out to Wilkesboro, PA. Wilkesboro, PA is nestled in the valley of a couple mountains. Coming on a highway, like it was a fucking Northeast extension, and then like seeing Wilkesboro show up in the valleys down there with all its lights on. It is fucking awesome. I love that whole area of the Poconos. Tunkhannock, PA is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. Pittsburgh, I think, is a shithole, but I think Philly's a shithole too. And Pennsylvania would be a very different state if both of those places vanished into the fucking earth. You know, that's really the case. It'd be a totally different place. I've heard of Wilkesboro, Scranton, Pittsburgh Penguins AH team is based there. Dude, Wilkesboro's beautiful. Wilkesboro's beautiful. Tunkhannock's beautiful. A lot of places up in the Poconos are really nice. And the Poconos, last time I was there, like, way more populated than it was when I was a kid. My wife and I went up to Poconos like 2 years ago to have a weekend away. We never had a honeymoon. Like, we got married, had kids, never had a honeymoon. Like, years went by, and like finally, like I was like 2 or 3 years ago, we went away for the weekend, and like we were up at the Poconos, and I was like, God damn, there were so many people up here. Like, I was really shocked about how many people showed up. What is this? Oh, Instagram removed the stream. So Instagram removed the stream. Hey, Pete. Hey, prepared artist. 21245. How you doing? BlackRock is making our whole country a shithole. Face turquoise speaker shape. I don't know what that part was. Pittsburgh is indeed a shithole. I agree. Over the last 30 years, Pittsburgh housing population dropped by massive amounts. Since the city forced all the steel mills to be sent to China. Dude, it's bullshit that dude, fuck the China shit. When COVID happened and I discovered all our medicine and shit comes out of China, what the fuck? Why? Look, here's the thing. We can change the country, but we have to vote with our dollar. Every time you buy a piece of cheap Chinese plastic from fucking Walmart, you're making the problem worse. Okay? Like, here's the thing. Honestly, at this point, the only way to prevent the bad behavior of the criminal class is to close down the stores that already have to lock up all their products. So, like, I encourage every business to leave a state where either you are subject to the criminal class stealing from you or leave before the corrupt class in politics steals from you. Get the fuck away from them. We really need to bleed it out. Like, you have to stop contributing money into a system that is fucking you with your own money. So the first thing I would do is I'd abolish income tax completely. Maybe states could level it, but I wouldn't let the federal government do it. With the abolishment of income tax, I would institute a national sales tax on new goods, not to exceed 10%. Used goods would not be subject to the tax. I would crush the central banks, wipe out the national debt, and issue new money, and do a one-to-one exchange. I would outlaw digital currencies, and I would create an amendment to preserve physical cash. The right to spend anonymously. Not every dollar you spend should be tracked. It shouldn't. You can spend money whatever you want. Sorry, that's how I feel. Hey, cool Mike. Thank you, Sean Eyes. I've had this microphone since I was a singer in a punk rock band going all the way back to 2001. Yeah, I had this mic. I've actually have two of these, but one does not work. It's out in my garage. I could send it back to Shure. I'm sure they would fix it. But that's cost a few bucks, and I haven't really found a reason to yet. And I got like a backup mic that I keep just in case this one dies on me one day. But they do make an XLR connector for the computer, which is fantastic. Set income tax and sales tax to a flat 10%. That's it, nothing more. If Dim and K rats want more, they can suffer. By the gods forbid someone's perception feeling get hurt. Get fucked. Yeah, you're right, Ginger. And you are also right, Forbidden Ruin. I don't want to pay for other. Look, I would not ask my neighbor to pay my electric bill, nor should I have to pay my neighbor's electric bill. But I live in a state where so many people don't pay their electric bill. They charge the people who do more to reallocate those funds to those who are in debt. That's fucked. They don't turn people's lights off anymore. They don't fail kids in school anymore. It's just a fucking go along to get along kind of situation. And I'm done going along to get along, dude. I'm fucking done. Stop your bullshit. Stop it. Like, I don't want to look. There's no reason if you don't want fucking some dude standing on a street corner with anti-abortion signs. I don't want to have to explain to my kid why two dudes are kissing on that same street corner. So fucking act like an adult and keep it in your fucking pants. I don't want to see straight people doing that shit either. At all. Act like a fucking adult. I saw a picture earlier today of a grocery trip of a family leaving the grocery store in the 1960s. Dude's in a sport coat. Mom's in a dress. Kids are all dressed like they're going to church, and they're loading the car up. The station wagon, they're putting the paper bags in the station wagon. What struck me was how small the cart was. It wasn't as deep. It wasn't as wide. It wasn't as long. And I'm sure those people are buying just ingredients, not as much processed food as we do today. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm just, look, I'm not the guy I've been for the last 12 years on here. You know, ultimately, at the end of the day, I just kind of put forth the persona that I thought was conducive to endearing myself to subscribers, the lovable fucking weirdo who is obsessed with fringe things. But that's not me, dude. I'm a nasty bag of shit who hates the world. And I don't trust authority. I don't, because they fucking lie. And I'm convinced, like I said, the only thing real in this world are the fucking words between Genesis and Revelation, and that's all that matters to me. I don't care about any other religion. I view them as inferior. I worship the one true religion, and anybody else who feels differently doesn't really believe what they say. People who are fucking fanatics are real followers. The Westboro Baptist Church are probably the most Christian people around because they really do what the fucking shit professes. All right? I don't care about the opinions of witches and pagans and the atheists. Get fucked. And I barely care about the opinions of Protestants. At least we worship the same God, even if you do it ass backwards, wrong, and kind of stupid. You know? Like, look, I mean, I think a great example of that, there's a band called Casting Crowns. And I heard their song one day. I was going around, I was like kind of memeing around Christian stuff. And I checked out a few of their songs, but they're so disgustingly sappy, stupid, and cringeworthy. Listen, my religion is those of Crusaders and Templar Knights. My religion is those who fought 9 crusades to push the Saracen warriors out of the fucking Holy Land. And that's not the religion of my fucking people anymore. It is cucking and begging and scraping. And, anybody who has a little bit more melanin than me is automatically more virtuous, better, smarter, whatever. Even though none of the inventions of the modern world occurred in any of these places where these people live. Nobody stole it from them. And often when they're the first inventor of something, it's kind of like, he invented the elevator. And then you look into it, and it's like, no, the elevator already he invented a button for the elevator. He invented the call button for the elevator. It's the exaggeration. It's the endless first. It's the first transsexual to star in an NBC show. Groundbreaking history, so stunning and brave. Shut up. Shut up. I never cared about this shit until you made a big deal about it. I never did. I was watching Drew Carey recently on Tubi. And for those of you who remember the Drew Carey show, his brother on the show was a cross-dresser, what they used to call a cross-dresser, now what they would call a trans person. And although this was often played for laughs on the show, he was never treated with disrespect or disdain or any kind of cruelty for wearing his fucking female clothing. And that's how we lived back then. Live and let fucking live. But that wasn't good enough for all these pearl clutching, fucking pants shitting fucking morons. They had to tell you how to think and you what to say. They had to send fucking dangerous, violent third worlders into your community to fucking exploit you and fucking assault your women and children. So I think our politicians are definitely complicit. The foreigners believe we just owe them shit. Like, that incensed me the most. Like, you're from fucking Sri Lanka and you think you just fucking deserve to be here. Like America's just for you. It's fucking not. It's ours first. You're welcome to come. You're welcome to become one of us. But become one of us. Don't come over here and run into your ethnic enclaves, never learn our fucking language, and exploit our fucking system for your 4 wives and your 12 kids. Because that shit is actually going on. I'll tell you what. You let one Mormon marry 2 fucking wives, the government be on his ass so hard and fast. But you let one dude named fucking Jamil in Philadelphia convert to Islam in prison and marry 4 women when he gets out, 1 on the books and 3 under the table, then it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's not tax evasion. It's not criminal. It's not bigamy. One law for them, another law for us, and it's fucking sliding scale. You act like white people are fucking beneficiaries of this bullshit. They're not. Someone is. They look white, but it ain't them. It ain't them. It ain't the fucking people who descended from the monarchies of Europe. Definitely not the case. All right. We are now at 4 minutes and 58 seconds to go. So I'm going to wrap it up. Tina Tomaszewski, if you're still the fuck awake, thanks for being here. I know this is fucking way longer than you're ever awake for. Tina sleeps about 22 hours a day. It's very hard for her to stay awake more than fucking 30 minutes at a time. She's just always asleep. So the fact that she stuck it out for almost 5 hours is very commendable. I appreciate you, Tina. Thank you all for being here tonight as well. I want to especially recognize the people who have contributed tonight financially, which is always shocking to me that anybody would part with their hard-earned cash for a fucking piece of shit like me. But I do appreciate it. So let's see here. Let's see. All right. First and foremost, let me say thank you to Awake at the Wheel, followed by Courtney Fellowship of Oddballs, as well as Justin 188541. Let me say thank you to Frederick John 95, who I missed earlier, and I want to say thank you for that. Justin, it looks like I got yours. You got to sleep, dude. Thank you. Frederick John 95 for $5. Philly sucks. Here's $5. Thank you so much, Frederick. Philly does suck. It's a goddamn shithole. I want to move somewhere far away from here and start making Philly food there with the intention of winning over the populace with my delicious cheesesteaks and my imported pretzels from the city of brotherly love, which should be more like the city of fucking nonstop crime or the fucking Thunderdome of the East Coast. You got to get some sleep, my dude. Philly sucks for $5. Never apologize. No retreat, no surrender. Damn right, RR. It does not make the majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. Sam Adams. And I agree with that. The problem is the left does that all the time, while the right is so convinced we need to be individuals, they don't do anything together. And that's where they fuck up. And the things they do together are like, oh, it's like ape, like fucking, what's that, CPAC, where all the conservative fucking dickheads go out and stroke each other off, pet each other's dicks. Fuck you too, New channel, Pete on Hinge. Yeah. This is the best Pete ever. Thank you, Thor Productions. Thor, thank you so much. Like, your generosity is unparalleled, very appreciated and humbling. Thank you very much. Marco Esquandolas, my old man Marco, good to see you here. Preach, Pete. They are Marxists. This is what they do. Communism, if anybody who's a professed communist, there should be a mechanism. Let's pass an amendment called the right of exile. And if you are determined to be an enemy of the Americas, you should be stripped of your property and shipped off to a foreign country, and you can start over there. Okay? You can start over there. So if you are a citizen-born American, I think it's okay to criticize your country, but the straight-up shit-talking, racism, bigotry, that can get fucked, okay? So, yeah. So with that, I say, that's a whole different story. Anywho, let's see what time we're at here. 5 hours and 1 minute. Hey, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to Team Tomaszewski, rather. Thanks to everybody for being here tonight. I appreciate your time, your energy, and your contribution to these conversations. Thank you to our super chatters. Let me finish this up by shouting out Chad Martin, where he says, preach on and awaken the wheel. Getting older changes everything. I'm right there with you, sir. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for enduring 5 hours of my bullshit and my rambling and raving and anger and nonsense. For those of you who've been here for years, for my UFO and ghost and cryptid and bullshit content, don't expect a whole lot of that anymore. I don't care. I don't care. I want to talk about things that are important, things that I think matter, political, cultural. I'm going to lean into whatever the fuck else is doing, but I'm tired of talking about fucking Moon Man. So if you've been along for the ride a long time, thanks for sticking around. If you want to bounce now, peace out. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for your time. Thanks for not giving up on an old sack of shit that ain't even worth the fucking video, All right. Peace out, everybody. This has been Dark Sayings. I'm Pete. And until next time, fuck you in the shadows. All right. I'm out of here. See you later.